The TTC public meeting will begin shortly.
Good morning, members. We are now live on YouTube and a quorum is present.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to welcome the commissioners and call the meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum. So if we can start with the land acknowledgement, please.
We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to declaration of interest. Do any of you have or wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Commissioner McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Out of abundance of caution, item 17, the procurement for the P card is with BMO. My husband works there.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll make note of that, and we'll move on to the approval of minutes. So the next item is the approval of the December 8th, 2021 minutes. And of course, the special meeting held on December 20th. So could I have a motion to approve those two sets of minutes? Commissioner Lai, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, and as I traditionally like to say, I want to remind everybody it's an open meeting today. As we go through the agenda, you will be required to email requests to ask questions or speak on items to the clerk, 5 minutes. We do have a very big agenda today, so 5 minutes per questions and speaking time. If you want to submit an motion, please email your motion to the email address provided. And if you're having technical issues, please let us know so we can assist you with those. Lastly, I want to advise that we will be taking a 30-minute lunch recess at the conclusion of the in-camera session or at noon, whichever is the latter. So I just wanted to, because typically we haven't done that, but because of the size of the agenda, we are doing that today. So let's go through the order paper. There are a number of in-camera items. So we will move to in-camera session following the rundown of the agenda. So the first is the CEO report, and I'll hold that for a presentation from the CEO. Number 2 is approved minutes of the advisory committee on from Acat, and I will also hold that for a verbal update later in the day. Cyber security is item 3, October 28, 2021 incident and response update. And so there is an in-camera presentation on that item. So I will hold that. Fitness for duty policy, the litigation update. There's a confidential attachment as part of that.
I'll have questions in camera, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So that will be dealt with in camera. Then we've got number 5, which is the principal agreement with Power, OPG and TTC related to the fleet and facilities and all the great work happening around electrification.
I have some questions on that in camera as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, so in camera. Okay, next item is number 6. That's easier access phase 3 project status update. And I think we have a deputation on that, so I'll hold that in my name. Number 7 is Toronto York subway extension, Spadina subway extension, again, a litigation issue. That would have to be dealt with in camera if anybody has questions. Does somebody want to move that then? Okay, Ron, oh sorry, Commissioner Lalonde is moving that. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, next one is the number 8, the TTC collective bargaining and non-union salary updates, and there's in-camera portion to that. So
I'll have some questions there.
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
I think a lot of people do. That's great. Thanks. We'll hold that and talk about that in camera. 2022 annual service plan. There's deputations on that, so I'll hold that. Number 10 is the advancing of the 5-year fare policy. Again, there's deputations on that. Number 11 is fare collection modernization. Commissioner Lalonde, are you moving it?
No, I have a question on that.
You have questions, okay. So I'm going to hold that in your name. And number 12 is status update, the cross-boundary service integration. And we have speakers on that, deputation, so I'll hold that. Then the number 13 is the transit network expansion update.
I have a
Commissioner
couple of questions there in public.
Okay, so I'll put you down on that one. And number 14 is the subway closures. I'm actually going to hold that one. I just have a couple quick questions. Number 15 is the talent management outreach plan for 2022. We can move that one if.
Happy to move.
Okay, Commissioner Lalonde is moving that item.
Not know this. The Prime Minister.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, and next is 16 procurement authorization supply of special track work for up to a 5-year term. Anybody want to move that one? If there's no, Commissioner Jagdeo is moving that. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Number 17 is TTC purchasing card program contract and procurement amendment authorization.
I'll move it.
So moved. All in favor?
Do you need to record for my conflict? Or
Yes. So good point. Thank you very much. I'm new to this because we've never had one before. Let's ask the clerk to handle this vote then.
Thank you. Recorded vote on this item. Commissioner Bradford?
In favor?
Thank you. Commissioner Carroll?
in favor?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
In favor.
Commissioner Jagdeo?
In favor?
Commissioner Lai?
In favor.
Commissioner Lalonde?
In favor?
Commissioner Minnan-Wong?
Yes.
Commissioner in favor? Thank you. Commissioner Osborne?
In favor.
Chair Robinson?
In favor.
Thank you. The item carries unanimously with Commissioner McKelvey abstaining due to her conflict.
Thank you very much. Item 18 is City Council Transmittal EX 28.18, accessibility impacts on the closure of the essential bus stops in our community.
Madam Chair, I'll move that the CEO make the presentation to that committee as requested, and unless the item's already resolved and the item's moved.
Yeah, I don't think it is. So do you want to
I'll
move that?
Just move that the CEO attend the accessibility committee and make the presentation.
Okay. So thank you for moving that. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next one is number 19, City Council Transmittal IE 26.16, Transform TO, critical steps for net zero by 2040.
I'll move it.
I don't even think you need to because we're doing all this already. But anyway.
I was waiting. I assumed she'd be the commissioner that moved it.
Well, yes, thank you very much. I just have to say, I think this board is doing an excellent job on this front. But anyway, it's a very, we're doing a lot of great work on electrification, and I think that should be noted as we dispense with this item. So all in favor, opposed, that carries. Item 20, notice of motion, is the West Rouge automated shuttle trial by Commissioner Jennifer McKelvey and seconded by Chair Robinson. Is there any questions, or can we move that now? Maybe Commissioner McKelvey, would you like to move that, or? All
Yes,
right,
please.
kind of makes sense that you do that. And all in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, so now we need to head into in camera. So if the clerk could, if you could post a resolution to go in camera, please.
Just on is there a place where we can find out which items are held? Because I'm looking at my agenda through the website, but it doesn't have, like, in our council meetings, we know that the items that are being held. And so that's a really helpful tool for us, right? And here, we on the TTC website, there's no sort of functionality or no place we can go to know which items have been held by the clerk. Just a comment.
Yeah, no, that's a good notation. I don't know if we're that sophisticated, but I'll ask the clerk to speak to it if there's something that could be sent out as an update.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will send an update to members.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's helpful. Okay, so we have the closed session motion in front of us. I'm not going to read it to spare you that, but just simply say that we are moving into closed session on items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11, and we'll return to the public session and the live broadcast at the end of that private in-camera session. So thank you very much. It will also take a few minutes for staff to shift us into in-camera. So if you want to grab a coffee, this is the time to do it.
Oh, we're not going to be in camera that long, Jay.
Wishful thinking.
The TTC virtual public meeting will resume shortly. 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 The TTC virtual public meeting will resume shortly.
1:30, so a 30-minute break.
Any ever call emergency special board meetings from the board?
Members, we are now back in public.
Thank you very much. We'll resume the meeting at 1:30 p.m. after our lunch break. Thank you.
The TTC virtual event will be right back. The TTC virtual event will be right back.
Hi, Chair. We have quorum and are live on YouTube.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And we're going to get started with our meeting today. So we've had an in-camera session this morning talking about a number of items that are before us today. And we are now moving to the public session and item 1, which is the Chief Executive Officer's report for February 2022.
Thank you. I just want to welcome our YouTube viewers as well as today's participants to the board's first regularly scheduled meeting of 2022. I want to say welcome to the chair, the vice chair, and all the commissioners. It's good to be back with everybody again. And I can tell you, we do have a busy and exciting year here for the TTC. I'd also like to acknowledge the new Acat's new chair, Jonathan Marriott, as well as the new vice chairs, who are all known, Debbie Gillespie and Anita Dressel. So thank you for those as well. Commissioners, we have a busy agenda with several major issues before you in public session today. But before I get into that, what I'd first like to do is provide an update on what I consider a very frightening attack on one of our bus operators yesterday while he was riding the subway as he was heading to his work assignment. I was able to visit with this operator and his family yesterday in the hospital. I just want to let you know that thankfully he's on the mend, he's at home, and all things considered, he's in good spirits. This was an unfortunate reminder of the daily challenges our employees face. I had the opportunity to speak with ATU President Marvin Alfred at the hospital while we were there together visiting our operator, and we agreed to work together the best we can to assure the TTC employees are always protected and supported. And as of last night, we've scheduled some meetings for next week, so it'll be a good working relationship with Marvin. Now, I'll move on and say, we're entering our third year of living with COVID-19 pandemic, and it won't come as a surprise that the issues continue to impact TTC revenues and ridership numbers. And I'd like to draw your attention to the CEO's report, because since the last time we presented you in December, we've remodeled the 2022 numbers to account for the impact of the Omicron variant. Towards the end of last year, there were additional restrictions that were implemented to help curb the spread of the variant. And realizing that ridership is significantly down, I'm letting you know that we are going to continue our work with the city, the province, and the federal governments to advocate for funding to support our operations. Now, for the first time, this is kind of exciting, the TTC is celebrating Lunar New Year across the commission, both internally and externally. And to wish the people of Toronto a happy Lunar New Year, we've decorated 4 TTC buses and 1 streetcar with a design celebrating the Year of the Tiger. My thanks to Brenda Tong from the TTC's marketing team for the great design work that she's done for the new Lunar New Year wraps. Our campaign also includes, I'd let you know, an internal component. Now, over the next 2 weeks, we'll share employee stories about how they celebrate Lunar New Year with their families and communities. It's a wonderful new initiative that we've put in place, and it's being really well received within this organization. Moving on, I'd say another great topic is the fact that this is our second year that the TTC is recognizing Black History Month. We're shining a spotlight on the work of 8 local Black artists from the city's Streets Art Toronto, the START program, and featuring their work across the system. Within the organization, we'll also be featuring videos and posters and articles sharing the achievements of Black employees and understanding what inclusion at the TTC means for them. So thank you to all the great artists that are being featured in that part of our Black History Month campaign. And a huge thanks to all the employees participating in both campaigns. Together, we're making the TTC a much more inclusive and welcoming transit system to ride on and to work at. Commissioners, you probably recall hearing about a series of elevator vandalism that were vandalized back in December and that rendered the stations inaccessible. Today, I'd like to introduce you to 2 of the Ttc Special Constables who helped capture the culprit. With me here on my right, I have Special Constables Matt Vieira and Nancy Kea, who were working at Broadway Station when they recognized the suspect in 10 separate mischief occurrences, putting state elevators out of service. You ask yourself why. The accused was captured on video damaging TTC elevators with a hammer. The incident, as you may have seen, was extensive with media coverage. Special Constables Rory and Hea arrested the accused without incident and seized the hammer believed to have been used during the offenses. Toronto police were called and they took the person into custody, the suspect into custody. So on behalf of the TTC, I'd like to thank and recognize the outstanding work of these two special constables standing beside me. I want to say thank you for everything. I also want to throw a special thank you out to our plant maintenance team because they quickly implemented or prepared to get those elevators back in service. So just acknowledge the two gentlemen to my right if we could.
Thank you very much. Excellent work.
I only see.
Rick, your mute is on, I believe.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I'll go back. Thank you. You know, Commissioners, today's agenda includes key report regarding the principal agreement with Power On Energy Solution, a subsidy of OPG, as we continue to look to decarbonize the TTC's operations, fleets, and facilities. The report recommends the board approve the proposed negotiated terms for the co-investment, ownership, design, build, operation, and maintenance of electrification infrastructure set out in the confidential attachment in your agenda. Now, as you know, the Transform TO strategy identifies the growth and greening of our fleet by 2040 as a critical piece of the City of Toronto's net zero carbon goal. Through our newly established Innovation and Sustainability Group, pictured here with OPG officials on the tour that we gave at Arrow Road Garage, the TTC will apply a climate lens to its strategic decision-making to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to make us more resilient with the effects of climate change. Now, again, I'm moving on. You know, Commissioners, also before you today is also a status report on the cross-boundary service integration plan. The TTC has been working with our neighboring transit properties to develop a business case, implementation plan, and pilot project to better integrate local transit, public transit service across municipal boundaries. Now, this report provides an update on the key benefits of the transit riders and next steps. Now, to let you know that the plan was developed jointly with transit systems in Mississauga, Brampton, Durham, and York region. The plan is multi-phased, starting with a proposed pilot in the Burnhamthorpe and Dufferin North corridors. Now, integrated service is more important than ever for public transit around the world now, as we look to rebuild ridership as we see the exit of the pandemic. And one thing that it allows us to do is to reallocate, specifically here in this case, it'll allow us to reallocate resources from the routes where we have duplicated service to other parts of our network where the additional capacity is needed. Ultimately, these efforts are driven by our commitment to customer service and to building a more integrated transit network, one that best serves our customers as well as supports the economic recovery of the Greater Toronto area. Now, on the subject of service, you know, I'd like to remind everybody that starting this Sunday, February 13th, the TTC will begin restoring service levels on some of the routes that experienced temporary reductions last November. We're also introducing service increases and reliability improvements. As I've said very many times, and people have heard me repeatedly, our focus remains on protecting existing service on our busiest routes on the busiest times of day. And currently, our overall ridership system-wide is at 43% of pre-pandemic levels, with bus boardings being the highest at 51%. And the fact that I'm bringing up more recently is that 60% of our bus ridership is on 20 of our busiest corridors. We know where the ridership is. And we now remind people also that we're expecting to restore 100% of our pre-pandemic service in the spring as ridership increases. Now, finally, before I'd like to do is I'm going to be turning it over to Jim Ross, our Chief Operating Officer, shortly. What he'll be doing is providing us an update to the board about the TTC's response to the record-setting snowstorm that hit the city just a few weeks ago on January 17th. Jim was going to walk us through what the TTC did to prepare for the storm and talk about how we fared. They'll also discuss the next steps that this TTC is taking, including work being done for the newly established Innovation and Sustainability Program. So before Jimmy gives his presentation, I just want to acknowledge all of our employees across the commission who worked so hard in preparation for the storm, as well as their efforts throughout. Their dedication is throughout this storm was tremendous, and I think it's just important to acknowledge the great work that they did. So with that, Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you if I could.
Thank you, Rick. Just wait 1 second for the deck to come up. So I'll take the next few minutes to provide an update on the winter storm that we experienced on January 17th, an overview of our winter weather planning process at the TTC, and some next steps that we're currently undertaking. Next slide. The snowstorm that struck Toronto and the surrounding regions on January 17th brought with it approximately 55 centimeters of snow, wind gusts of up to 65 kilometers an hour, below zero temperatures, and was actually the third largest single-day snowfall on record since 1937. Not only was the total snowfall amount significant, but as important was the rate of snowfall accumulation, with the peak of the storm seeing a rate of accumulation of 5 centimeters per hour. Transportation throughout the area was severely impacted. Many motorists were stuck on roads all over the city, and with Highway 401 coming to a standstill, motorists were trapped in their cars, in many cases for over 8 hours. At Pearson Airport, the Up Express train was suspended between Union and the airport, and hundreds of flights were canceled throughout the day. The Don Valley Parkway and the Gardiner Expressway were both shut down by Toronto Police for several hours due to hazardous driving conditions. And obviously, our operations at the TTC were also severely impacted. Dave Phillips, senior climatologist with Environment Canada, pointed out that the amount of snow over 3 days, this would be a major storm, but to think that this is over 12 hours is really quite remarkable. Next slide. At some point during the storm, virtually every route in our network was impacted. And really, only the Shepherd subway line operated problem-free that day because it is exclusively underground. Buses were stopped due to road conditions. Streetcars were held by both snow accumulation and other vehicles stuck blocking their tracks. And the open cut sections of our subway network were quickly snow covered, impacting the third rail and affecting our train's ability to draw traction power. We experienced disruptions on Line 1 from Bloor to Eglinton, from Lawrence West to Wilson, on Line 2 east of Victoria Park and west of Islington, and a full shutdown of Line 3. In our Transit Control Center, which had increased staffing that day up to COVID capacity limits, we received twice our average volume of phone calls, and calls from buses and streetcars through our vision system increased by 700% from our typical average of 2,000 calls to over 14,000 calls that day. Workforce challenges due to the impacts of the Omicron variant, coupled with the weather conditions, increased our unplanned absence rate significantly throughout the day. Next slide. The TTC's severe weather plan's objective is to execute a comprehensive and effective response to all aspects of winter operations. This plan is coordinated by the TTC's operations group, and during both the planning and execution, the operations, vehicles, and infrastructure and engineering teams work closely to keep our customers moving during severe adverse weather conditions. Our approach has consistently been that winter preparedness is a continuous year-round effort. We are either in winter or we're getting ready for winter. Next slide. Winter preparedness, as I said, is a cyclical effort, and preparation activities occur all year round leading up to the winter season. Beginning in April, as we come out of winter, we focus on a recovery phase. And during this phase, we look at our equipment and supplies, review our snow clearing contracts and snow removal contracts, and review our lessons learned from the prior winter in order to update our severe weather plans. As we move into the summer, this work continues, and we're ordering consumable supplies. We begin checking, maintaining, and replacing our equipment as required, and ensuring that all of our employees are up to date on training and qualifications for winter operations equipment. Next slide. Into the fall, in October and November, We are in our anticipation phase, and our crews are testing and keeping leaves from accumulating near our trackside heating equipment. They're installing snow fences along the subway right-of-ways and yards, and preparing our support vehicle fleet by installing salters and snow plows on our trucks and snow brushes on our work cars. And then we find ourselves back in winter, and we're continuously monitoring the forecasts, keeping supplies topped up across the network, and are ready to deal with severe weather events as they happen. Next slide. As the forecasts will call for winter storms, our level of readiness heightens beginning at least 72 hours in advance of the storm. It's at this point that we begin regular business cycle meetings with operations department leadership, begin increasing our staffing levels, conduct a final equipment readiness check, and start communicating our status out to our stakeholders, including our City of Toronto partners. As the weather approaches and we are now within 24 hours of the storm, our business cycle meetings are increased to every 3 hours. Our anti-icing operations are now in full swing, and we are prepared to support mainline storage of our trains, storm trains to operate all night in our subway open cuts, and storm cars to keep our track switches clear across the streetcar network. We are preparing to take pre-designated bus stops out of service, proactively replacing some routes with buses, and our emergency trucks and snow fighting work cars are fully prepared and staged across the city. Next slide. Every year in our recovery phase, we review and compile our lessons learned through the winter and look for opportunities to improve our response plans. As a result of the January 17th storm and the following storm that occurred on February 3rd, we are taking that review further. We are undertaking a full, almost 360-degree approach to this review. This will include our internal audit team reviewing our severe weather plan and how it performed during this remarkable storm. We are working with an external consultant using an industry best practice lens to evaluate not only our plan, but our infrastructure and our equipment, and to make recommendations on where we can improve. And finally, using a climate change lens, our innovation and sustainability program will consider the impact of climate change and the frequency of record-breaking weather events on our network's resiliency. The findings of this review will be brought back before the board in April. Next slide. And finally, as Rick mentioned, I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of our dedicated employees. TTC employees across the organization worked above and beyond their regular shifts to remain with vehicles, clear track switches, or dig out yards and open cuts that were buried deep under heavy snow. Not to mention that they probably had snow shoveling assignments at home before or after their shifts. The dedication and resilience of our workforce once again shone through what Mother Nature threw at us, and I want to say on behalf of the executive team how much we appreciate their efforts to keep Toronto moving. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I guess back to the CEO.
No, Madam Chair, that concludes the opening remarks and presentation. Back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying. And that was a great presentation, Jim. Thank you very much. We're going to move to questions, and Commissioner Lai is up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question to the CEO. Thank you very much. It's a busy time. I know it's always been keeping you busy. So the report makes reference to ridership remodeling. So given the extended lockdown, so how worried are you about the impact of this on the budget?
So through the chair, what the CEO's reference was is that when we were at the board late in December, we had not accounted for Omicron, and then working with the city and through the city's budget process, we've adjusted our revenue budget to account for what we thought was going to be a more depressed ridership, at least in the first quarter of 2022. And so $100 million impact was added to that. And that's part of the the gap that exists and that has been discussed through the city's budget process. To date, we're actually seeing that we've actually gone a little bit better than what we expected, given the more accelerated opening. And we had thought that the restrictions were going to be happening at least well into February. So we're actually ahead of that adjusted amount.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Carroll next.
Thanks. Oh, well, I have a question that probably Commissioner Lai wants to know too. Where are those 4 buses that are decorated for Lunar New Year? Do we
Jim,
know
would
what
you-
routes they're on?
Jim, would you mind giving an outline of that?
I'm embarrassed to say I don't have the routes directly in front of me, but what we did was we took a look at our information with respect to neighborhoods and where our customers were and
So they're spread around town.
They are, but they are focused. I know Markham Road 102 has one for sure.
Okay.
I believe Finch East has one, and I will endeavor to get you those other 2 routes as quickly as I can, Councillor.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. As long as that effort is being made. You know, we have a saying in Don Valley North that it's everyone's Lunar New Year. Everyone should be celebrating Spring Festival, and I think that would go a long way. That will help to make sure that everyone in the community celebrates it, along with the Asian communities that historically celebrated it. The rest of my questions are for Mr. Ross as well, because they're about the major snow event. The biggest question we got on the first couple of days when we could see buses still showing up in the news stranded, and we got the question over and over again, why didn't they just close the system down until the storm let up a bit on the first day, so that those operators didn't get trapped? And some of the operators were tweeting about their being trapped at the time. So what's the official answer to that? Why can't we shut down the system?
Well, I'm not sure if Rick would like to add to my response, but what I will say, ma'am, is that I've been here for 23 years at this organization. The organization is 100 years old, and I believe that we've always operated under one sort of fundamental overarching principle, and that is that we are here to keep our customers in this city moving, no matter what the challenge before us. I'm obviously open to any recommendation and any consideration on how to improve how we achieve that principle, but that is the principle that my team works towards.
No, that's correct, Jim. I'll just jump in and say the exact same thing. We still had to move people within this city. You know, we were messaging it was going to take extra time, but we were still there to help move you.
Right, but as an essential service, you wouldn't want to shut it down. You got to deal with the trapped operators, but we don't have some benchmark at which point you shut the system down, do we? Officially, our goal is to, as long as people have already got on the vehicles, you want to keep them moving. So the question is, should we have made an announcement to that effect? Because I don't know if others experienced this in public office, but I had people phoning in out of sympathy, seeing these people strapped to, not even in my ward, I think they were on that hill at St. Clair Bathurst, and it looked like the hill at High Park, as near as I could tell. And people were saying, why, you should have shut down, those poor people stuck on that hill. Do we have a communication strategy in a major snow event? I think rather than shut down the system, people would have liked to have heard a communication, we will not shut down, or something like that. Do we have a protocol for that?
So our communication protocol during winter weather is to communicate out diversions. So if a route has to be shortened because there's a hill condition or there's icy conditions part of it, then we will communicate that out. I will not, I can't tell you that our control center was able to keep up with the volume of route diversions and the volume of incidents that occurred that day on January 17th.
Oh, don't worry. Neither did the city by a long chalk.
So obviously we do endeavor, and we'll take that back with our communications team with respect to what messaging we could have done as a more blanket communication, but our focus is typically on route-specific information to advise those customers of what they can expect.
Okay.
But we will take that back, Commissioner.
Yeah, these are not gotcha questions, by the way. I'm just we're taking a what can we learn from this approach over at the city, and I'm just sort of asking these questions because it gives you a chance to publicly answer questions that we were taking on our phones. Lastly, the city has Mayor Tory presented a letter to executive asking transportation staff to report back on, okay, how do we do in that major snow event? And they're not going to come back till the end of March. So we get everything cleared away and then they'll report back, and council talk to them about things they'd like to hear about. Has the TTC been invited to take part in that report and maybe report out on what lessons they learned and what they might take into the next major snow event?
So let me start by saying that that Barbara Guy and I spoke several times on January 17th. Vince Sferrazza and Michael Puplet, who's our head of transit control, spoke continuously through the day. There were several touch points with the city on the 17th and in the subsequent days. The city was really, really helpful in looking at some of our routings that were impacted to maybe modify their snow clearing and snow removal efforts to try to get us back up and running as quickly as we could. So we do have a great relationship. I'm not aware that we've been specifically invited to that meeting, Commissioner, but we do. We have a great relationship, and we will continue to do so.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And is there other questions? I'm not aware of any. Okay, I'll ask a couple. That snowstorm was something else. We'll never forget it, and we're still getting emails about it from the transportation perspective. Or I certainly am. I'm sure my colleagues are as well, as we continue to dig out. But I guess my question is, and it was a question that came into me from residents, is they understood the surface transit piece. The buses actually were, a lot of them, blocked by cars. And then of course, subway itself, that was more hard, that was difficult for people to really absorb why that wasn't working. You've explained it's the exposed portion of the tracks. But what, I know there's a report coming back to us, a more comprehensive report, but what can we do about that? Because those tracks, ideally, that are exposed, and we all know them well as we head across the network. What can we do to dig those out? That you mentioned the third rail and the operating pieces being affected, the switches being frozen. What can we do to make sure that doesn't happen again, or we can address it quicker, faster?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a tricky question to answer, and I think part of that is tied back to my presentation and the rate of snow accumulation. So if we have a more modest rate of snow accumulation, the passage of trains and the anti-icing that we spread on the third rail generally will keep things moving. We install snow fencing on all of our vulnerable areas in that fall anticipation phase, and that helps as well. But when the rate of snow was what it was on January 17th, those measures will not be sufficient. And I'm not sure what we can do, and we're hoping to get that from the consultant as far as what other snow vulnerable systems do. But really, I think you touched on it in your question, was how do you dig that out? You dig that out, and our track and structures employees went out and dug it out in conjunction with using the power rail and some of the equipment that we have, but a lot of it was hand dug.
All right, that's helpful. We did get emails, but not a lot. More of our emails were related to their city streets. Okay, I think that's all the questions. Is there any speakers on this item? Okay, so Commissioner Lai, if you want to proceed.
Madam Chair, just a quick one. Oh, sorry. Did
No,
Commissioner Lai want to speak as well? She can go first.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were
I
going
think she
on to the
also
next item.
She also has another commitment, so we're going to go with her first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to congratulate the TTC for what you've done, walking the talk about inclusion in its 100 years history. I really want to give you a big round of applause for being inclusive in what you've done for the Lunar New Year, the wrap, and they're beautifully done. And the best part of it was because it was done by a TTC employee, Brenda Tong. I just cannot thank her enough, and thank the team, especially Kayla, David, and Shabram, and they all working with my office, and very, very nicely done. And it actually made it to the Omni News Cantonese version, and everybody was so proud, and everybody really, they all think that I did it, so I'm taking all the credit for it, but it was very, very nicely done, and I was very happy to hear that you've done it for the Black History Month as well. So I think we should do more of this to make sure that everybody knows that we walk the talk about diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. And for TTC to make it such a good impact, I think all your writers, I actually was notified by some writers on social media, and everybody was echoing. I just heard nothing but rave review on the part that TTC has done to recognize the Lunar Festival, the Lunar New Year Festival. And the other point I wanted to say is I wanted to commend the staff, TTC staff, on getting so many elevators back into service after the vandalism on some of the subway stations. And as you know, accessibility is key to TTC riders, and I know it's not an easy task, but you've done a great job by repairing those elevators as soon as you can. And I just wanted to give a nice pat on the shoulder. And for the Year of the Tiger, it's resilience, strength, and courage. And I wish TTC a roaring success in the recuperating and recovery for this Year of the Tiger. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you because true to his word, Mr. Ross has already sent me a list of where the buses are popping up, and Finch and Steeles and Don Mills, all sorts of places way out in the North Country where Commissioner Lai and Commissioner McKelvey and I represent are seeing these, which is really important. As I've said, this is really about the most global celebration there is, and so it's tailor-made to be more roundly celebrated in the city of Toronto. Really, we should all be taking part. When you consider even the history of this being celebrated in the Filipino community, Vietnamese, all the Asian communities, plus that it just makes sense, and I echo Commissioner Lai's remarks. The other reason I wanted to speak was about the major snow event. I think it's something that we should probably take back with us to City Hall. That we have been very quick over the last couple of years, always to ship things back and forth to the police board this, police board that. This was a moment where what was really important was any form of mobility. And we've asked our transportation staff to truly debrief, gather lessons learned, and create a major snow event protocol because climate change. we know that this may become less and less infrequent, more and more frequent. Even though, this one comes to us we haven't had a snowfall like this since 2009, but heaven knows there will be more. But I think we were remiss in that debate at council. We did not say and ask the TTC staff who responded to the storm to take part. so that we make sure we're doing right by the TTC in any development of any protocol that we may have in Transportation Division. So I take that back, but I don't need to be the one who moves it because the chair of work sits right here on our commission. We have Commissioner McKelvey to make sure that that happens in her ongoing contact with the head of transportation. We did receive calls about this, but I think one of the biggest lessons learned is there do have to be communications. We were able to handle what came to our office, but I always approach it this way. If someone called me, 10 other people were thinking it. And so, someone called because said, I'm watching this on TV and it's very upsetting. Why don't they just stop all the buses, shut them down? And I can feel that. I said to her, well, let's consider now that before we realize maybe we should do that, people got on buses all over the city and now they're on them. So it's very difficult to shut down what is so essential to the city midstream. Where is everyone? How do you go about doing that? And she said, well, I guess so. And I said, surely if there was, if the city was under attack or something, we have a way to do that. But in these circumstances, I think every effort's being made to try and continue to give people an option to get where they need to go in this storm. But I think we do need to have in our back pocket a communications plan that says that since some people are thinking it and sitting at home fretting about it, we need to also be ready to send the CEO or the chair of our board out to say, rest assured we're doing everything we can to help those that are stranded, but we are going to keep it moving. We can't shut it down. We're not going to shut it down. Or words to that effect, whatever decision has been made. But I think the best bet is to allow staff to go away and think about that, and then we'll endeavor to make sure that if they have new thinking about that it becomes a part of that major snow event work that is coming back to council late in March or early in April. So I'll leave it as an undertaking, but I thank you for adding it to the report today, because it very definitely is still playing out in terms of people still living with it and thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just echoing Councillor Carroll's remarks, city transportation staff have been, very open to making sure that their report back on snow is all encompassing. So I will follow up with them to make sure they involve TTC in those discussions on how we can all work better together. It was an unprecedented 55 centimeters much snow in a 24-hour period since 1944, and from that
Commissioner McKelvey, I think you're cutting in and out a bit.
Okay, I will turn off my camera.
Thank you.
I'm on the city Wi-Fi too, so.
Oh boy, there you go. Should have known.
I was coming at 5 centimeters an hour, and we simply just. Honestly, transportation staff were very honest that, we typically have procedures for up to 25 centimeters, and, 55 was a lot, and we need to do better on that. And the Barbara Gray has been very good at saying that the report back that will be coming to the March Infrastructure Committee will be all encompassing. So I will follow up with her as well, just to make sure that she is talking to TTC as well, so we can find ways to work better together. Because some of the problems we do here are, we clear a bus stop and we push that snow onto the road, and then we push the snow from the road onto the bus stop and back and forth. And so maybe there is some ways that we can collaborate better on that front. But a huge thank you to all the staff that put in many hours to do this. And we focus on the trials and the problems that we had, but a lot of things also did work well and went well, and we can't forget that and not thank staff here. So a big thank you to them.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers on this item? I'll just speak quickly and echo a lot of what my colleagues are saying. But I also want to acknowledge, quite frankly, the mastermind behind the operations for the TTC. We get very few chances to recognize Jim Ross, who is really a brilliant executive member of the TTC and a real leader. And, you know, when I woke up that morning, as we all did, when we opened our windows, pulled up the blinds, we were shocked with what we saw. I mean, we knew it was coming, but it was still pretty shocking. But instantly I was made aware that Jim was kind of on master control and handling it. And that brought great relief, because I knew that he would, even though it was extremely challenging and unprecedented, I knew that he would shine and do his utmost to keep the system up and running as best he could. So I just want to give a shout out and credit to Jim, who really is the backstage manager of the system. I can't believe he's actually still here, sitting here with us, because he's always so flat out busy. But like I said, there's very few opportunities for us to see his work, and we certainly saw it that week, even though it was unprecedented challenges and conditions. So thank you very much, Jim, for your excellent work during the snowstorm, as well as every day of the week. And that's all I'm going to say on that. And if we can now move a motion, unless there's any other speakers, move a motion to receive the CEO's report and presentation. Commissioner Osborne is moving that. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. We will now move to item 2, approved minutes of the Acat General Monthly Meeting for October 28th and November 25th. And I would like to invite the Acat Vice Chair, Debbie Gillespie, very famous advocate on very many fronts. We're very happy to see you here today, Debbie. Thank you for coming. And if you could now present the Acat minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome to all of those I've seen in the past, and to those I haven't, a warm welcome to you as well. I look forward to meeting all of you in person one day. I'm here to present on behalf of the Acat Chair, Jonathan Marriott, and my co-vice chair, Anita Dressler. Thank you, Rick, and Commissioner Lai for introducing and mentioning the Acat executive. I look forward to working with these two fine individuals during the year. I'm here to present the subcommittee highlights for the October and November Acat subcommittees. And this one was a really tricky one, because there were so many meetings and so many incidents that took place during that time period. And I've kept it as efficiently as possible by combining them into subcommittees rather than minute dates. In the communications front, the Acat Communications Subcommittee worked with communications staff on the Magnus Mode transit deck that the staff created. Magnus Mode is an app specifically designed for those on the autism spectrum. And Acat was asked to review the content and make suggestions as to how it could be better conveyed on an accessible level, as well as the app and the content. So Acat advised on the instructional content, which was prepared by staff. Suggestions included making sure that the information is in plain language, adjustments of fonts and size and spacing of text, and using less jargon that we're all familiar with. The next item on the communication side was the cybersecurity incident. Acat expressed concern that the information delivered was done and was excluded those who did not use technology. I totally understand the urgency to get information out there. And I also understand that it was crucial that something happen, although the people that relied on the service most were unable to get the updates that they might need because they didn't use technology. The head of Wheeltrans, Dwayne Geddes, has indicated that he plans to do a presentation to Acat once the review of the cybersecurity incident has been completed, and we look forward to that. On the, excuse me, and the Joint Service Planning Subcommittee and the Communications Committee met on a very timely incident, large closures and diversions This was before the snowstorm, I might add. So the Acat had requested some information about that, and we were ahead of the curve and got a presentation prior to the snowstorm. One of the things that was of concern was that how the information is delivered to the members, particularly not necessarily Acat, but while transit riders are en route. And so we were hoping, and we received that. We're happy to indicate that the presentation was provided, and these items that Acat had concerns about during large closures and diversions are being looked at by the Ttc. It particularly happens if you're en route. I have been in one of those, and I just, because of experience, I know what to do or what not to do. So I just turned around and went back home. And it was one of those things that happens. And so it's great that, the TTC's taking matters into this and dealing with it. Thank you to the service planning staff and the communications staff. On the design review subcommittee front, this committee met many times between October and November. The first thing that was reviewed was they reviewed the rollout of the new Presto card machines that are rolled out on streetcars and buses. And Acat was advised of some accessibility improvements, and we had some discussion about it. Contrast of on-screen displays, raised edges on the different types of scanners where you can scan, which makes it easier for tactile identification of the components. Acat suggested that the TTC focus on preparing a fair payment instructions to be posted on the website. There are many people who either visit Toronto or even live here who that may or may not have used the new Presto devices. And they don't wish to hold up people boarding a vehicle behind them. So this way, if it's on the website, people can familiarize themselves with the information about how to use a Presto card on the new devices. Because where the card goes in is slightly a different place. It's called managing the expectations. You've probably used them in the past, and if you go to put your card where you thought it was and it's not there, you're not always sure what to do if you have some sight loss. So that's one of the reasons we'd like to see the instructions on the website. Another matter that came up under the design review subcommittee was the Metrolinx presented the Scarborough subway extension, focusing on subway entrances, accessible pathways, and vertical circulation of pedestrian flow. This includes things like placement of elevators, escalators, and stairs, and to navigate the stations efficiently. The Service Planning Subcommittee also met during October and November, and the staff provided an update on the review being undertaken to streamline the support person's assistance card in moving to Presto. And last but not least on my report is the Wheeltrans Subcommittee, and this was a busy group as well. Work continues on the updating of the scheduling system and website on stops and landmarks. This is an extensive undertaking, and Acat is heavily involved with staff to ensure that tourist attractions and all subway entrances and other landmarks in the city are given the correct address and entrance location. This is crucial that it's accurate, as it helps connect riders and drivers with each other. So if you look at the website and the address says this and you're not at that location, you're at where you think you should be, then you're going to miss your ride if you're taking Wheeltrans. And even though it seems obvious enough, it really creates less stress for the riders waiting for a ride. The in-person travel training has also resumed, and virtual sessions are still available for those who wish to take advantage of that as well. But there are times when an in-person training just is the best way to go. On the mobile app front, the Wheeltrans update has been updated. The mobile app has been updated, and many of us have been testing it since September, I believe, of 2020. What doesn't exist yet, and it's a concern, and it's been raised with the staff involved, is that there is not yet a notes field on the mobile app to put in further instructions for the drivers and for staff to help in assisting with scheduling. This is crucial if you have vision loss, and that you can say, okay, I'll be at this entrance and I have a guide dog, right? Even though your profile says that, not all drivers may have that information, and I know it is in their run sheets, but these are things you can't see the driver and you're just hoping that they find you. So it's one of those things that the website has, but the mobile app does not. So we're looking forward to the day when that happens. This concludes my remarks, Councillor Robinson, and to the board, but I'm willing to take questions if there are any through the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Debbie, for that detailed report. Very informative. We much appreciate it. Just not seeing any questions. So on that note, we will then request a motion to receive the Acat minutes. And that is Commissioner Lalonde. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you again. We're going to move to item 3, which is the cybersecurity October 28th, 2021 incident and response update. This item was considered in camera earlier in the meeting. And so I guess at this time, I would probably move to receive the in-camera presentation unless there's any other public questions or remarks. I feel compelled to say very quickly that very grateful and thankful to the TTC staff and the consultants and experts that helped. I know, and we all know, the whole board knows that staff work day and night through this challenging situation. And I know that they reacted very quickly to contain the situation and got the systems up and running in record time. And according to one expert, has described this, basically it was a state-of-the-art response from the TTC. And I think that's really wonderful. And I think the whole board is quite pleased. I think I can speak on behalf of the board to hear that kind of feedback from an expert in the cybersecurity world to say it was a state-of-the-art response. So on that note, I will move the recommendations before us. And it is recommended that the TTC board receive the in-camera presentation. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're now moving to item 4, which is fitness for duty policy litigation update. Is there any questions on this item? Any speakers or movers of the motion?
Chair Robinson, I can move.
Okay, so thank you very much, Commissioner Jaggio. He's moving the recommendation to adopt the report recommendations. Thank you for that. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 5 we're moving to is the principal agreement with Power On Energy Solutions LP OPG to decarbonize TTC operations, fleet, and facilities. Is there any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Carroll.
Yeah, just a quick question. We saw earlier in the CEO's report, we saw our the committee that we've assembled to be the partners on this end of this partnership, but who attended on behalf of Power On Energy Solutions? Are they still a pretty small core executive, and they were waiting for this agreement that we'd be adopting today?
Bev Case, you still on? Bev Case, you have that?
Sorry, Commissioner, we'll hold your time. We're just having them set up.
Sure.
He's having some technical problems.
Oh, so they're not just at the city side. We've been having such problems at the city. Yay, it's not just us.
Go through the chair. Can you hear me? It's BMK speaking.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I heard your question. Sorry.
Oh,
So,
good.
in fact, everyone who's working for Power On at the senior level is formerly an OPG employee, and throughout the entire negotiations, both those who had transferred from from OPG to Power On, as well as senior executives at OPG, were involved in the negotiations.
Oh, okay. So getting to the point that we're at now, where we have an MOU to be adopted and such, while our partnership's going to be with a subsidiary, OPG was active in the negotiations, the
That's
mother corporation.
absolutely correct.
Okay. So I'm not going to move a motion today, but I think going forward, when we report back, I think we're going to want to hear more as you report back to update us on this, because we want the electrification of our fleet. We're starting a new relationship here, and so you'll report back from time to time on it, I'm sure. I think what we want to know is to hear more about Power On. Are they organizing more contracts with more firms to do this work? What's their mandate? What are they committed to do for OPG versus what they're committed to do with us? What's their mandate? Is it to turn a profit, or is it just to see the electrification done in as many authorities like ours across the nation as possible? Is that the kind of thing that could happen as a result of your ongoing management committee conversations?
Yes, it certainly can. And in fact, between the in-camera session and now, I can publicly share with you that the relationship between Power On, OPG, and the province is essentially the same, in that OPG is a creature of the province, and that Power On is a creature of OPG. And yes, their interest and expectation is that any investment, any profit that they may make in the future as they scale up across the province would be reinvested for the purpose of building out this electrification infrastructure, and it's not actually expected to make a profit for OPG.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. Those are my questions, Madam Chair. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this item? Okay, we'll move to speakers. Go ahead, Commissioner Carroll.
Well, yes, Madam Speaker. I hope that in asking my questions, it doesn't seem as if I'm reluctant to enter into what we're entering into here. I'm very glad to be doing this and to be making sure that it's not just a matter of us trying to embark. I liken it to if a homeowner says, I want to have a solar powered home, but I don't know anything about it. And some of the early adopters in terms of that ended up making disastrous mistakes. Whereas if you're partnering with people who for whom this is core business, you're going to have a better result. And so that's what we're doing here. But I think it's really important because we're if you go on their website, we're their big victory. We're Power On Energy Solutions' first big customer. And so I think we have to continue to monitor not only how well they're doing with our projects, but how's it going with Power On. And I'm satisfied the questions I've asked here and earlier this morning that will be one of the things that our own staff, our own members of the joint committee between these two entities, TTC and Power On Energy Solutions, that's something that we'll track, so that we're sure that we've got a partner that's going to be 100% there for us in terms of our being able to deliver the charging stations that will allow us to do more and more electrification. those are my comments. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Other speakers? I'd like to say a few words. I want to begin by thanking staff, especially BEM, who's doing a great job as our new Executive Director of Innovation and Sustainability. So keep up the great work, BEM. And although you do seem to have audio problems a lot, other than that, you're doing very well. So I think it's really important that we recognize the unprecedented progress that the TTC has made in recent years on fleet electrification. And I want to make sure City Council hears this, because this board, I think, and the last, has done more on this front than many other transit boards around the world, quite frankly. And we really have become leaders. And that's thanks largely to your commitment as a board, but also to the TTC staff, who are really pushing the envelope on this. And I also want to thank our partners at OPG and Toronto Hydro for their contributions to our Green Bus program. They've both been incredible partners, and it's always interesting how you navigate these stakeholders and partners, but it's going very well. So this is all leading to our big Transform TO goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2040, and there is no time to waste. I don't think I have to convince anybody of that. So full electrification will result in emission reductions that are mammoth annually, and the Green Bus program will also result in cost savings, which couldn't be better, specific to the diesel fleet. So we have to continue to fund this, but we also have to do a shout out to our partners, our intergovernmental funding partners at the province and at the federal level, to say that we want to continue to be ambitious with our fleet electrification goals. And this is a landmark contract that's before us right here. We need to continue to push and to achieve full transformation potential of this landmark contract. So I think we're going to continue to see cooperation from all levels of government on this file for years to come. And again, I think this is a legacy piece for this particular board and for these times. So thank you, everybody, for your ongoing support and commitment to this. And on that note, I would like to move the motions to adopt the motions that the report recommends, and there's 4 of them. So I'd like to move those at this time. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 6 is Easier Access Phase 3 Project Status Update, February 2022. And we do have a deputation on this item. So I'll hand the mic over to our clerk to facilitate.
Thank you, Chair. The Deputant Adam Colquhoun has entered the meeting. Please go ahead, Adam. You have 5 minutes.
Hey, this is Adam Colquhoun, and what I wanted to say on this item is, as we get further on these easier access things, I want you guys to make sure that you look at what your future needs may be. Like MTA in New York just announced that they are looking seriously at platform edge stores. I want to make sure that when you are doing the planning and renovation for these, that at least that option to bring these features to those places, to those subway stations, are there and ready to go if needed. And I know you've done many stations, and the one concern I have is that I haven't seen any changes into adjusting to better practices and stuff. And these are some of the smaller stations usually, and they're going to be the last to be touched. So I just want you guys to make sure that you actually plan for any changes that might be needed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. for your presentation today. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay, we'll take that under advisement, Adam. We're going to move into committee, and so are there any questions on this item? Any speakers? Okay, I'll move the motions that are recommended to the board and adopt the report recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 7 is just dealt with, so we're moving to item 8, which is TTC collective bargaining and non-union salary updates. And again, I will advise that this item was considered in camera earlier in the meeting. And so if there's any questions, public questions or speakers at this time, please indicate. No questions? Okay, we'll move to speakers. Any speakers on this item? Okay, is Commissioner Carroll, I thought she had a motion on this. Is she? I don't think she can hear us. If I can just ask the clerk, did the commissioner have a motion on this item?
Yes, Chair, she does have a motion on this item.
And can we see her? I can't see or hear her.
Yes, let me follow up with her. I also can't hear. She is in the meeting still.
Okay, I can't even see her tile.
Sorry,
so.
I turned it off because I was seeing circles again. Sorry.
Okay. We're on item 8, and we're on the speaker portion of this.
Oh,
Unless you had questions, nobody else had questions.
No, I don't have questions. Sorry, Madam Chair. I'll simply move my motion. I have a motion to place, and I was thankful that we don't usually, but we had a little bit of time for a lunch break. So I've worked with the CEO on this, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm adjusting the report slightly, and I'm doing this only because I want us at the senior staff level, at the C-suite level, to stay in lockstep with the city. I think that's really important, and it's the responsible thing to do while we are so carefully trying to work with other orders of government, relying on them really to balance our budgets and continue to keep this system afloat. We want to be in lockstep in terms of our own compensation at the senior levels. At all the other levels, I know that the biggest challenge right now is that all eyes are on a big place like the City of Toronto. And so we've had to look at wage freezes for anybody who's not in a collective bargaining unit for what is a longer time than we anticipated. But to make the adjustments to that together, I think is really important, because it sends a message that we really understand how much we're asking of other orders of government to partner with us right now. And so what I'm moving is a slight adjustment to the recommendations that are in the report. In recommendation number 2, there is an economic adjustment retroactive to April 1st. I'm simply saying that the top 3 levels, we pull those out of the mix. We proceed with levels 1 through 15, and just the top 3 levels, which is really sort of speaks to my comments about C-suite. With those, we consult with the city manager, and then the CEO can come back to us knowing that what we're doing isn't running afoul of the approach being taken by the City of Toronto.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item? I'll be supporting this revised motion. So if there's no other speakers, we'll take it to a vote. On this item, on this motion that has been presented, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That dispenses with item 8 unless there's any other issues on that. I don't believe there are. So we're going to move to item 9. That is the 2022 annual service plan, and there are deputations. So I will pass that off, to our clerk.
Madam Chair, if I could just mention, because of my technical shortcomings today. I'm turning my camera off, but I just want the deputies to know I'm still here at the meeting. It's just so that my system doesn't shut down again.
Okay, thank you. Chris Ann, if you could start with the deputation.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Our deputant is Adam Colquhoun. Go ahead, Adam.
What subject are you on, just to make sure I'm a little bit behind on the stream?
That's okay, no problem. We're on item 9, Adam, and it's 2022 Annual Service Plan. That is the item we're currently on.
All right, then, yep, I've got it here. What I wanted to say, sorry, let me just turn down my background volume. Is on. Volume 1. So what I wanted to say on this issue, and I'll make it brief, is I am one of the stakeholders with Walk Toronto for some of these service planning meetings. My only concern with some of these service planning initiatives is that the community of the disabled that are directly affected by the subtle changes of this route are not adequately contacted through either the database of community organizations or even using Wheeltrans numbers of riders that might be in the neighborhood, and some of them may actually use, in good to moderate weather, use the conventional bus service to take some of their medium trips. So I am suggesting in the years to come, when service planning changes are even brought to the community and that level, that using the databases and knowledge, that more is taken to reach out to riders that may be directly affected by the changes to these routes, and that's so in the years to come, when the yearly service plan changes are made, more energy is used to actually try and get the opinion of sort of people at them on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Any questions? Okay, thank you again, and thank you very much. Okay, so on the annual service plan, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, are there any speakers on the annual service plan? Seeing none, I'll just thank staff who have worked very closely to examine and optimize our bus routes, which I think is really important work. And they did extensive consultation. I know for a fact, because it happened in my ward, and I can name the people who were actually involved. I could literally name them. That's pretty impressive consultation. That's real consultation. So I think the TTC ensured that they were listening to the communities, and they really positioned themselves well on this in connecting the dots and, connect seamlessly with the new LRT. So I just think can't give enough praise to the consultation process that was undertaken and the outcome. So on that note, I will move the 2022 annual service plan and the 3 motions that are before us and adopt the report recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next two items I'm going to propose that we bundle, which is item 10 and item 11. Item 10 is advancing the 5-year fare policy, and item 11 is fare collection modernization. We have quite a few registered deputations on this. And so what I'm going to recommend is, well, first I think I should advise you, we also received a petition on this. And so that's for your information. If you haven't seen it, you should be able to access that. If I could ask the clerk to call the deputants.
Madam Chair, I don't know if this is a huge varying from procedure or not, but this is such an expansive thing. I'm wondering if there is benefit to before the speakers speak to us having the presentation from staff first, so that it's all on the table, and then as people speak, you know, some of their questions may be answered just by having the presentation before us, and it may help the speakers afterwards.
Okay, I'll ask the CEO to speak to that.
Angela or Scott, if you would.
Sure, Scott here. Scott Haskell here. I'll put this into a little bit of context, and then I'll throw it over to Angela and the staff to make a presentation. So these two reports, which we bundled together, they're on fare policy and fare collection. They're very important work, and it's been ongoing for the past year, and it's effectively at the direction of the board that we're carrying out this work. Mm-hmm. It's also very strategic, and it's part of our continued improvement in strategic planning and strategic thinking. The reports, they outline sort of broad strategies in fare policy and fare collection, and they identify what future work needs to be done, but they don't commit us to specific fare changes at this time, and they don't commit us to specific fare levels at this time. It really is setting out the broad approach that we need to take, and where we need to delve into that in a lot more detail and a lot more analysis, which will happen over the next few months, and we'll then come back to you at the board in May or so. The work you're going to hear about is the result of a lot of consultation with customers and TTC employees and stakeholders, and it really should form the basis of modernizing our fare system and our fare collection system for the next decades. So I'll hand it over now to Angela Gibson, who's our head of the Strategy Foresight Department, and she'll take you through a brief presentation on both reports, which outlines all the important parts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon, members of the board. So over the past year, we've been working to develop a transformational fare policy that will serve as our blueprint for all changes relating to transit fares over the next 5 to 10 years. This work has been done in partnership with YOT and the province because we want to ensure that a critical piece of this work, which is fare integration, is properly prioritized. And you'll hear more about our partnerships with the cross-boundary presentation following this. So the focus of this presentation is to really help explain why we're recommending fare capping in place of the monthly pass, and also how we're making progress on modernizing our fare collection system, first with open payments and virtual cards coming to the TTC later this year, and then with improvements, so we can see how these improvements will impact and improve things for our customers. Next slide, please. So when we met with you in last May, the board approved these 7 policy goals, which will help define the TTC's vision to develop a fare policy reflective of customer needs, financial sustainability, and provide the basis of screening future recommendations. These 7 policy goals help narrow down our list of 41 fare options. And these fare options looked at everything from free fares to full cost recovery. And so until we have the final list that is of options that are in the report today. Since that time, we've conducted extensive public consultations through customer surveys, focus groups, external workshops, and virtual town halls, engaging with more than 6,000 members of the public. Here's what we heard from our customers. They value our distinctive fare policy that includes a flat fare at the 2-hour transfer and not needing to pay an additional fare when transferring between modes. Our customers have also told us that they want us to continue to offer the age-based discounts and also for us to continue with the low-income program, which is a Fare Pass program, which is administered through the city. Next slide, please. So prior to the monthly pass being offered on Presto and the implementation of the 2-hour transfer, the TTC's former MetroPass product was very popular and in fact had a high adoption rate across all customer groups. As late as 2015, which is on the left side of this graph, more than 50% of our riders were MetroPass holders, which in a typical month we sold about 300,000 passes. The benefits of the MetroPass allowed customers to make unlimited trips within a month. After the migration of the MetroPass onto Presto and then the implementation of the 2-hour transfer, which happened in 2018, the benefits of making discretionary trips and being able to hop on and off were now largely covered by this 2-hour transfer window. So since that time, we have seen a steady decline in this monthly pass sales, and we're now selling about 50 to 60,000 monthly passes. Next slide, please. So fare capping. So fare capping would allow customers to get free travel after tapping their Presto card a certain number of times in a specified time period, and that could be daily, weekly, or monthly. Customers would no longer need to pre-purchase a pass at the beginning of the month. It would provide flexibility on capping levels, can be set for different customer groups such as adults or youth or seniors. It also provides an industry standard for us. Fare capping has already been implemented by our neighboring GTHA agencies who have seen this as a successful program. For instance, YRT and DRT use fare capping for their low-income programs, and they have received positive feedback from their customers. Fare capping is also being implemented at other mass transit agencies, most notably London's Underground on their Oyster card and open payments. And New York City is in the process of launching fare capping on their open payment system this spring. Next slide, please. Fare capping is an equitable and affordable replacement for our monthly passes, as it better meets the needs of today's customer. It particularly benefits low-income customers, the vast majority of which already pay single fares because of the high burden of having to pay the full cost of a pass upfront at the start of the month. And usually this is at the same time as critical payments like rent and other bills are typically due. Fare capping implementation would be simple, and it would be automatically become available to everyone who uses a Presto card. Ultimately, fare capping is a simple, accessible option and does not require any changes to our flat fare, the 2-hour transfer, and the discounts that already exist for our customers today. So not only are we looking at fare capping as a way to improve things for our customers, in partnership with Presto, we are looking to make transformational changes to our fare collection system by implementing virtual cards and open payments. These fare collection system changes would work in conjunction with fare capping and would deliver to our customers something they've been asking for a long time. Next slide, please. So open payments is a key deliverable from our original 2012 Presto contract and was made a priority as part of the most recent settlement discussions. The work of our 10-year fare collection outlook also identifies open payments and virtual cards as part of our modernization strategy. Late last year, Presto approached the TTC with a new proposal to bring open payments and virtual cards to our customers earlier by the end of this year. We recognize that open payments will be the largest transformational change to our fare collection system since the introduction of Presto, and will require the collaboration of the TTC and this board to make it successful. As a reminder, open payments allows a customer to use their credit or debit card, physical or digital. Virtual cards will allow customers to use their physical Presto card on their mobile device, such as a smartphone or a smartwatch. Our customers will continue to be able to use their physical Presto card, limited use Presto tickets, as well as our legacy fare media, including cash. These options will allow customers to have an alternative to using our technology and provide protection against banking fees and associated with debit and credit card transactions. In order to deliver open payments, we will also need to upgrade over 6,000 Presto devices, which include bus and streetcar validators, Wheeltrans payment devices, fare inspection devices, as well as upgrades to our existing fare gates. Next slide, please. So you will see in this table that we've shown all of our customer groups and the options that they have to pay their fare over and above using cash and our legacy fare media. Presto proposes to deliver open payments in 2 phases. In the first phase, by the end of 2022, adult customers will be able to use open payments for a single fare at the Presto fare price. The virtual card will be allow all customer types to use their mobile device to pay their fare. This thus bringing fare collection modernization to all of our customers. As you know, adults account for over 72% of our riders, and we have a very high Presto adoption rate of about 90%. Therefore, we believe that this proposal will appeal to many of our customers. We've also conducted a public survey last year where respondents preferred virtual cards over open payments if the technology was available. However, if customers are unable to access these new technologies, the existing physical Presto card will continue to be an option, as well as paying in cash and using our legacy fare media. In phase 2, to be delivered at the end of 2024, all customer fare types will have access to open payments. Next slide, please. So in terms of the recommendations that are before the board today, and starting with the first board report, advancing the 5-year fare policy, we're looking to the board to continue to support the existing flat fare, the 2-hour transfer, and the free transfer between modes as a hallmark of the TTC's fare policy. We're looking for an endorsement in principle related to fare capping and the alignment of concessions, as we will continue to work on the financial impacts of these options and be within the financial or fiscal constraints that we've identified through this work. So we need to go back and look at how could this work for us? What are the implications? And also, if this was to roll out, how could we roll this out? The third recommendation will direct us to restart negotiations with the province on the discount double fare to support the Line 3 closures. One of the good pieces of this work we came out was fare integration was a key component of what we heard our customers needed, and we will need to do some more work on that front. In the meantime, the discount double fare will begin to address some of those fare integration issues. With respect to the second report, the fare collection modernization, we're looking for this board to endorse in principle the technologies that we've identified in the report, such as open payments, account-based architecture, as the means for us to continue to work with Presto on how we would modernize our fare collection system. And we're also looking to support the sole source of the SMB contract so that we can support open payments modifications that are required for this year. So in conclusion, we are looking to come back to this board in May with a final report on the 5-year fare policy and the 10-year fare collection outlook, with recommendations on how to proceed with fare capping, as well as other recommendations for the fare policy. Happy to take your questions at this time.
Thank you very much. I think actually we're going to move to deputations at this time. And so thank you for the presentation. So Adam Cahoon is our first deputant. He had registered for both item 10 and 11. So Adam, you can speak first, but if you can speak on both items, and you can take all the time you need, extra time, because you registered for both. So Adam, if you could go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That was the idea I was going to come to you guys with anyway, to speak on both. Anyway, the first thing I want to say is an idea. The first two ideas I want to run by you, I must say, are solely my ideas and have not been run by any of the group I am also speaking with. The first idea I want to talk to you about is the idea of letting individuals with a physical disability ride on conventional transit for free, because one of the biggest problems I have right at the moment is even using my phone or whatever for safety, I have to keep all the devices safely connected to my chair so they're not stolen. So I have trouble tapping my Presto card when I get on a regular bus. And, you know, some drivers realize that it's slowing them down. They do give me the free pass to just go and park. And if time is money, me struggling to pay my card, sort of like you heard me struggling to turn down the volume on my speaker earlier, sometimes things take longer for me to do. Or the other option that I think could help me and would be inclusive and could help a lot of Torontonians, especially when the services are crowded, is maybe having a way that instead of even tapping their devices, they actually have on their phone when they're in the subway station or on a bus, and it can, if it wants to know what route or what they're doing, they can tap that too. Is actually having a button where you just actually pay for your ride through your phone, sort of like how you can now pay for your restaurant meals through an app on your phone. Like at McDonald's, you can actually buy your whole meal, and at Tim Hortons, you can buy your whole meal, pay for it on your phone. Sometimes they do want to double check for security, but other times you can just buy it and go and do it all on your phone. So that's my thinking. The other thing is with the new idea of fare capping, which is great, we love it, is to actually equalize for all the groups the number of trips that you have to take to actually equalize your full card. So, because right now, right now the variables for all the cards are different and not in a good way. The adults have to take less trips than either a senior, youth, or somebody on the Fair Pass. People on the Fair Pass have to take 3 or more trips. 3 more trips than an adult pass user to actually hit the cap or the break-even point on our discount cards. And so I would like to see that equalized through all things. I also want to make sure that we actually make sure over time we're actually expanding the fair media distribution system rather than making it smaller. When Presto signed its deal with Loblaw, it was obvious Shoppers Drug Mart wanted everybody to come into their stores. That was their business model, was we want people to come into our stores and stuff. COVID hit miraculously. Now I can order all my Lifeband products and have them delivered to my home. So obviously, COVID has actually changed how even Shoppers Drug Mart does business, and with less staffing at their front desk, it's not always easy to actually service your Presto card at a Shoppers Drug Mart. So I really want that dealer network to be back to the levels it was before we started with Presto. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you very much, Adam. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask you a question, Madam Chair?
Sure.
I'm very interested in Adam, your anecdote about Shoppers Drug Mart. It didn't matter what your life difference was, you had to come in person and get your TTC fare. So are you saying if you need to rebuy your card from Shoppers, you could say, and I'll have a Presto card as well, along with your prescriptions and everything else that would just be delivered?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, before Shoppers' model of thing was to have people come into their stores.
Right.
They want Presto card, being the exclusive Presto card dealer, was sort of like your lost leader.
Yeah.
It was supposed to bring you into the stores. And their model was, but over time, they slowly, when the minimum wage went up, they started eliminating employees, setting up more self-serve. Pre-pandemic, you couldn't buy Lifebrand products online. You can now order your Lifebrand products online. So what I'm saying is I'm wondering if their business model has changed in such a way that the Presto card, servicing your Presto card actually makes sense in how they do business.
Oh, okay.
Because every few times that our friends have been in, or they've been given a stink eye, like why don't you go to the subway station and do it and stuff? And even though they say maybe the elevator's out or something,
yeah,
it's still, especially in the downtown core,
okay.
Even though they have the tool, they're supposed to do it. It's almost like their employees, maybe in their head office, they still want the Presto contract, but their frontline employees sure
Right.
don't like
Okay.
doing it.
Thank you. I thought you were talking about that they were doing the replacement card that way. Thank you. But you're right.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. We're going to move on to our next deputant. We have several, and I'll hand the mic over to our clerk.
The next speaker is Nawar Tarafdar. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Go
me?
ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Noir Trafter, and I'm a post-secondary student, a resident of Scarborough, and a member of TTC Riders, a transit advocacy group. And as an aspiring student hoping to practice as a physician in the future, transit is a topic that's very close to my heart because I have seen how public transit is so strongly linked to one's health, both through my own experiences and through the experiences of my loved ones. I'll be describing some of these personal experiences first and then follow up with what can be done to make transit more accessible. Prior to my mother receiving her multiple sclerosis diagnosis, she was struggling with unexplainable pain, fatigue, and confusion for a very long time. My father was working most of the day and needed the car, so my mother would have to commute to her appointments, and I'm sure many of us are aware of how inconvenient busing can be in Scarborough, especially for those who are not able-bodied. However, the biggest barrier was the cost. We could not pay for the upfront cost of a monthly pass, and single fares were too expensive for my mom to continuously see her healthcare providers. As a result, she didn't receive a diagnosis for 5 years while struggling with symptoms that made her everyday life unbearable at times, and she was forced to drop out of college. She suffered needlessly. I also struggled with a serious health condition throughout high school, and my physician referred me to a day treatment program at Sick Kids, but I was not able to attend because, once again, public transit was too expensive and I could not afford the fares. I'm lucky I had the unconditional love and support of my family and was able to recover, but I know my journey would have been much easier if fares were more affordable. However, it's not just health that is impacted by public transit. I've had to turn down countless volunteering and job and research opportunities that were too far to walk or bike to. Unfortunately, my story and my mother's story are not unique. At TTC Riders, several of us held focus groups with over 300 people, making sure to include transit users from all walks of life. We asked these riders about the challenges they faced with using public transit and what changes they want to see in order to improve service. During these consultations, they echoed similar concerns: unaffordable fares forcing people to choose between groceries and commuting to work, exceeding the 2-hour fare window and having to pay double fares just for one commute, and racialized riders, largely youth, disproportionately experiencing fare policing. The TTC has been faced with plummeting ridership throughout this pandemic, but we came up with a list of recommendations based on concerns shared during the focus groups that will win back riders. For example, implementing daily, weekly, and monthly fare caps, which essentially means after you tap a certain number of times, you ride free for the rest of the month, week, or day. That will ensure that those who can't afford the cost of a monthly pass are not paying more than wealthier transit riders who can. This should be paired with lowering the monthly fare cost so riders don't have to commute an unreasonable number of times every single month just to break even. And it should be subsidized by Toronto so that fare capping doesn't come at the expense of service improvements or higher fares for some groups of riders. Although the low-income fare pass is not fully funded by the TTC, or is not funded by the TTC, it is important when Council votes on the budget next week that this pass be fully funded, as was promised by Mayor Tory in 2016, to lower the fares for low-income riders. The staff report being discussed today also shows that lowering fares for more people would attract more riders. TTC users also support implementing fare integration, where riders get a free transfer for 2 hours between the TTC, GO, and the YRT so that those who live furthest from the downtown core can afford to commute. If the TTC makes the bold changes needed to transform public transit and win back ridership, this city will be able to recover from this pandemic. I hope I have highlighted today how interconnected transit is with quality of life. Everyone deserves the right to be able to move freely through the city and experience everything that it has to offer. And it's time for the TTC to listen to the communities and riders who rely on public transit the most. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? Okay. Thank you again. I'm just going to ask the clerk, the clock is doing bizarre things, and we have a lot of deputations, and we have to unfortunately keep everybody to 5 minutes. So if we can just make sure the clock is working, that would be awesome. Thank you very much. And I'll hand it over to Chris Ann for the next speaker.
The next speaker is Rifat Ali. Go ahead. We'll move on and return to Rifat Ali. The next speaker will be Dan Hendry. Dan, please go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, hello, Dan, please go ahead.
Dan, we can hear you. It's Chair Robinson, if you want to proceed. I think we've lost him, Chris Ann. Let's keep going through the list and then come back to people as we connect with them.
The next speaker is Sujata Thapa. Sujata, please go ahead. All right, moving on. The next speaker is Sarah Abdullahi. Sarah, please go ahead.
Hello, can folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Sarah, go ahead.
All right, so hi, my name is Sarah Abdullahi. And my name is Kashi Chandrasekhar. And we're executives of the Scarborough Campus Students Union, representing 14,000 undergraduate students at the UFC Scarborough.
We're speaking today in favor of the policy to introduce fare capping here in Toronto. However, fare capping should be subsidized by the City of Toronto and not paid for by increasing fares for other riders. Fare capping is positive, but needs to be subsidized so it is implemented fairly and makes transit more affordable. Fare capping should be implemented daily, weekly, and monthly.
And we also know that the TTC is a member of the city's Fare Equity Steering Committee. And through these forums, the TTC has heard that transit affordability is a main concern for many city residents, students included. But what is equitable about leaving out post-secondary students? Nearly 275,000 students have been left out of the conversation when it comes to the five-year policy, five-year fare policy, and that is unacceptable. UTSC is one of the commuter schools in the GTA where majority of our students take the TTC to get to campus. However, the TTC has made no effort to consult with students when figuring out the five-year fare policy.
Why are we not included in the plan? The fare plan does not go far enough. We want a single transit system fares for post-secondary students. The TTC staff's recommendation to seek provincial funding for the double discount GO TTC fare is a good step, but riders want provincial funding for free transfers between TTC, GO, and YRT and DRT. Lastly, we shouldn't have to even ask for the discount to include post-secondary students and part-time students, because they are students too.
Students commuting across boundaries into Mississauga, Brampton, York Region, and Durham Region are currently paying two fares, one for the TTC and one for another service outside of Toronto. On top of the double fares, Ontario students pay the second highest tuition fees in the country. In striving for a sustainable future, students need to be empowered to take public transit through partnerships across these transit systems that remove multi-fare barriers, including fee transfer windows between neighboring Greater Toronto and Hamilton area transit systems.
Students cannot afford to be spending their limited time and money on a decreasingly valuable and increasingly costly transit system. Students from across the GTA are asking for affordable and high-quality transit.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speakers? Seeing none, we'll move to our next deputation.
Thank you,
Hello.
Chair. The
Hello?
next speaker will be Dan Hendry. Dan, please go ahead.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, sorry about that. I've been hearing, yeah. My name is Dan Hendry. I'm actually calling in from Kingston, Ontario. And really, I'm just here to share a story because I know during fare reviews, this is the time where there might be an opportunity. So again, I'm Dan Hendry calling from Kingston. I work for Limestone District School Board, the local school board. And for the last decade, I've actually been responsible for executing a project in Kingston for youth transit programming. So students in Kingston in high school get, I'm going to call it free, but I don't like that word. I understand the pressure that budgets are under, Transit authorities are under, but I want to talk about how we've designed it quickly. So basically what this is, in 2012, the City of Kingston at the time allowed for students to ride for free in Kingston. I went to the Director of Education at the time and I said, listen, it's great, but we have a chance, we have an opportunity, we have to teach them. Because the reality is, there's a lot of people that I've noticed that don't always know how to use public transit. And it might sound funny, but you know, there's a lot of things I teach the kids. I literally teach all grade 9s in high school in September and October. And I know Toronto's a lot different. I live there. However, I think pieces of this learning could be applied. At the end of the day, it's done some amazing things. So if I go back to 2012 when we started it, training the students and giving them no-cost passes, there were about 28,000 grade 9 rides that year. And again, I know Kingston isn't the same, but there could be pockets or pieces of this learning that might be applicable for Toronto. And again, I've lived there before. Over the next 4 years, we kept on allowing for no-cost passes for the next grade. So in Kingston, Ontario, grade 9, 10, 11, and 12 get no-cost passes. Now, again, it's driving ridership up tremendously. Even through the pandemic, high school students are users of this. What it also did, too, was, and I'm going to go back, so I'm a bit scattered. It's hard to kind of talk into nothing. But in 2012, it went from 28,000, I'm going to go 9, 10, 11, and 12 up to 2016. All grades have it, so all cohorts, free passes. Every grade 9 has been trained in grade 9. It's led to over 600,000 rides per year by high school students. And why I think this is incredible for our city size, but not just that, the reality of creating a behavioral change program. When was the last time, you know, any of us learned something without being taught or shown or exposed to? So the return on investment, not just financial, and though I know, and I worked for municipalities before, the budget cycle and the pressures of it, but this is a try before you buy. This is getting confidence. This is changing your mobility mix. How many people leave the house and only might know the car, the automobile, right? Or what they get used to. So this, what it's done in our town, has done tremendous things. In fact, a lot of schools talk about, you know, the ability for students to participate more, or businesses have talked about access to new labor market and labor. I've heard of programs like Pathways to Education, not using the transit budget for chips necessarily, but using it to encourage students to participate and get extra homework help. It's led to more field trips. It's led to more events, farmers markets, grand theater, daytime shows be opened up. I've done a TEDx on this topic, and I know I only have 5 minutes. I'm speaking into the darkness. I apologize. I can do this so much better, but I love telling this story because there's nothing I've done as a human. I have a business background, a sustainability degree from Sweden. There's nothing I've done more that I think is as impactful for so many people's lives. In fact, just the other day, I was at the dollar store with my daughter, and the girl behind the till said, "Hey, it's the bus guy." She might have met me for 15 minutes in her life, but I was remembered 4 years later. And so those 600,000 rides translates into more ridership, not just while they're in high school, but when they're teaching their brothers and sisters or friends, when they learn together. They can teach up to, I've seen more parents using the bus because their students and their kids teach them and bring them. I've seen it just such integrated into the community that it's done so much of this. You might think, well, what do I teach them? Well, I always start the students off in front of the bus. And this is where I show them how to use the bike rack. In Kingston, I tell them the true story. When I was 30 and I had to use it for the first time, I had my bus pass in hand. And of course, the bus pulled up. But with 30 or 40 people looking at me, my helmet flopping around, I'm sweating. It was intimidating to even do that. So think of all the little interactions that can be taught at a young age and together. And I think what I've noticed too is students that are comfortable with it, they teach more students. Because at the end of the day, when they're 14, 15, you're also selling them freedom. But with freedom comes responsibility. Now, there's been a
you have to wrap up your comments.
Yeah, I said it. Sorry, I thought I had 19 seconds. But I apologize. Yeah, that's it. There's a Federation of Canadian Municipality guideline book on this. I can answer any questions. I just come and spread this message because I've seen what it's done locally here. And I think that across Canada could be a way to change transit systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Dan. Okay, we'll move to our next speaker.
Thank you,
Chair, the next speaker will be Rifat Ali. Rifat, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rifa, and I'm currently also a post-secondary student, and I'm residing in Mississauga. And I have to frequently use the transit system, and I transfer between 3 different transit systems in 3 different regions in the GTA. And I wanted to vocalize about item number 10 in the 5-year policy to hopefully bring about changes into transit affordability and encourage public transportation systems so that everyone, and also specifically post-secondary students who are stuck in similar situations like me, are more encouraged to ride the public transportation. And I'm asking the provincial government to reintroduce the double discount fare between the GO Transit and the TTC, as I believe this is a good idea, and also for affordable transfers, as this can go even further. And I'm asking the provincial government to fund free 2-hour transfers across the double fare boundaries between the TTC and York Region and other municipalities as needed for students like me. I also believe that this change must happen because personally taking 3 different transit systems to university and not working currently, as I'm completely devoted to my education, brings about great difficulty and is very taxing on me financially and time-wise. And with the total cost, I feel like it would be better for me to drive to campus or to Uber, but I believe in supporting the public transit system. And also, I believe that it reduces our carbon footprint on Earth, and thus I believe it's better than using a personal vehicle. And I believe bringing about changes to the 5-year policy plan will encourage students like me to trust and use public transportation systems more. And I suggest that there must be more of a subsidy and a provincial funding for fare integration, because removing the double fare shouldn't come at the expense of better service or cost for some transit riders. Also, in addition, with regards to the 5-year TTC fare plan, I support fare capping, and I think this is a great idea. However, the number of taps for fare capping should be reduced, and I feel like that would have some more yield. And I also think some other possibilities for change should be looked into, such as reducing the price of the monthly plan, as I believe this might not help as compared to fare capping. I also request that you fund fare capping in the city 2022 city budget, as it will encourage more people to take this TTC, and also further daily, weekly, and monthly fare capping options be looked into. And that's just my opinion regarding the 5-year policy plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? We'll move to the next deputant.
The next deputant is Alan Yule. Alan, please go ahead.
Oh, Madam Chair, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Hopefully my slides are up. Unfortunately, there are not enough words to describe my disappointment in this report. Not surprised, merely disappointed. Next slide, please. First of all, using the bureaucratic phrase several international transit agencies is the same as using the political phrase many people are saying. I say, having looked at half the continents with transit and looked for the subject we're talking about. Next slide, please. The burden when it comes to a monthly pass is having to pay the crazy high price Toronto politicians expect us to pay for a TTC pass. Next slide, please. The provincial average is 29 trips versus our 48, but our cash fare provincially is only $3.24 versus our $3.25. We're falling down on our monthly pass. Next slide, please. The Metro Pass sales have been trending down. Well, duh. But what is tap per user? What are 1 to 10, 10 to 11 to 20, and so on? Knowing these sets our baseline for a better fare system. Next slide, please. Fare capping laid out in this report will be financially dangerous for the TTC. Need proof? See those dates. Next slide, please. New York is doing a pilot project on fare capping starting the end of the month. Their fare cap is a weekly pass maximum of $33. 4 weeks of their capped fares is still more than their current monthly pass. Next slide, please. Fare capping will only encourage people to take the least number of trips on the TTC possible. It will not increase ridership. Next slide, please. The TTC may be good at moving vehicles, but they are very bad at marketing to its customers. The current monthly pass is extremely overpriced and poorly marketed. Next slide, please. If Netflix charged you for 48 shows, 1 show at a time, then free, it would be just and chill and very little Netflix. Next slide, please. Subscription services are the current business model for the majority of film and video service providers. The TTC is a public transportation service provider. Next slide, please. In conjunction with our fare discount program, we should rebrand our current monthly pass to a transit subscription service. Slide, please. The daily pass would have the same fare cap. The software is set up to do that right now. Next slide, please. The weekly fare cap would kick in after the second full day pass and the number of taps to bring us up to taps per week. Next slide, please. The fare cap would be equivalent of 11 tap cycle a week per, like I said. That 4 weeks of weekly fare cap passes would be 44 trips versus our 48 trips. Next slide, please. The new fare structure would be this. The daily pass at our current fare cap, a weekly pass at 11 trips per week, and a monthly prepaid pass at 35 trips per month. Next slide, please. Daily and weekly fare caps offer equitable transit options for customers who are moderate users of the TTC. Next slide, please. Heavy users could opt for the prepaid monthly pass, and that would be again at 35 trips. Next slide, please. There are 2 primary customer groupings of the TTC. A mix of having a hybrid mix of fare capped and prepaid fare media allows us to equitably serve our customers at the lower cost for our city politicians. Next slide. Ideally, I would like to do 30 trips in a month, but that's not doable right now. Have a weekly pass capped at 44 trips per month for less than staff recommendations. However, doing this in steps will help us set the 35 lower cost of a 35 monthly pass. This cost to our current system will cost, but it won't cost as much as the TTC thinks. It starts with the City of Toronto paying its fair share. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move. Thank you again. We'll move to our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sujata Thapa. Sujata, please go ahead.
I am Sujata Thapa. Can you hear me, Chair Madam?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes. Okay, I'm Sujata Thapa. I'm a PhD candidate of planning program at the University of Toronto. As a volunteer of TTC Riders Association, I personally feel that the committee is considering fare capping in its fare policy. This is a step towards positive direction. However, fare capping without subsidy will not bring any respite to thousands of low-income riders in the city. Here, I'd like to draw your attention to 3 specific findings of our research. That is our online survey with 322 people and a focus group discussions with over 300 people conducted during February and April 2021 by TTC riders volunteers in many languages. First, for many families, TTC monthly pass is just too expensive. It is a huge economic burden if a family of 4 has 2 or more high schoolers. Each month, they have to pay up front more than $300 for transit fare alone. This is more than a month of grocery bills for many low-income families. For an adult rider, in order to break even for a monthly pass, a rider has to ride twice daily at least 25 days of the month. Similarly, youth and seniors need to ride 57 times to break even. Until and unless we highly subsidize the daily, weekly, monthly fare capping, low-income riders will not benefit from fare capping policy alone. If fare stays the same for adults, youth, and seniors, and a policy like fare capping cannot come at expense of better service or cause some people to pay higher fares, it must be subsidized. Second, our focus group research showed that 2 hours window is not enough. Given usual traffic delays and bus service cuts who live in inner suburbs of GTA, they mention that they often ride 2 to 3 different modes of transit. Sometimes 2 different buses to reach to their destination daily. Third, many youth riders strongly voice this concerns with fare enforcement that target low-income and racialized transit users. These findings are in line with many community organizations advocating for more affordable transit in GTA. We support the TTC staff recommendation to support flat fare in Toronto. Fare integration is a good start. Keeping ACE-based discount and time transport is really important. I hope this committee will take fare subsidies seriously. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. We'll move to our next deputant.
Our next deputant is Omar Garbia. Omar, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Omar Garbia. I'm the Vice President of Public and University Affairs for the University of Toronto Student Union, representing around 38,000 students, and I'm here on their behalf. I'll start with the purpose of my deputation, which is that public transit is an integral service to students, especially commuters whose post-secondary education is largely facilitated by it. It is difficult to overstate the extent to which equitable access to education is a function of equitable access to transit and students' mobility. Recent limitations on service, compounded by the financial difficulties and constraints on mobility that we've all seen, have had a considerable impact on the welfare of students, one which the TTC is well positioned to mitigate through its operational and financial policies. I'm just going to give a couple of statistics to preface this. According to a 2019 survey of over 18,000 post-secondary students in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, 31% of students felt that their commute was a barrier to their success, and 48% noted barriers to their co-curricular experience and campus involvement as a result of transportation costs and experiences. Almost 2/3 of students use public transit as their primary means of commuting, with those who reside outside of Toronto incurring increased transportation costs. As I'm sure you're all well aware, housing has become increasingly unaffordable, and students are being pushed further and further from the downtown core, and thus the gravity of affordable transit is becoming more heightened. For students, fair and just access to transit coincides with equitable access to education. Through these ongoing evaluations and consultations related to long-term fare policies, the TTC needs to be considerate of the financial and transportation barriers that students face in their pursuit of higher education. More anecdotally, we at the UTSU have had to provide bursaries to low-income students who can't afford transit. We know how much it hurts students and how much of a barrier it can be to their ability to be educated. And of course, we imagine that you support us in seeking as much equitability as possible when it comes to accessing education. The pandemic has, of course, adversely affected the TTC, as with many other services. With decreased revenue, incentivizing ridership should be a priority, and this is especially true given the likelihood that provincial and federal funding won't be able to compensate. Ridership will therefore become a greater proportion of the budget. Post-secondary students constituted the single greatest loss in ridership as a proportion of the pre-pandemic total, a decrease of around 66%, which is massive. Now, I understand that, of course, the shutting down of classes had a role to play in that, of in-person classes, but with a hybrid learning environment where students are given the option to attend in-person or online according to their preferences, gradually becoming the new normal, the TTC can't rely on a return to in-person classes alone to correct for this loss. It has to incentivize students to attend and use their services. Reducing fares for post-secondary students, among other groups, is a strategy a lot of large cities have used, including Los Angeles most recently. The Los Angeles councillor, Mike Bonin, rightly noted that it's not just a way to compensate for decreased ridership, it's the biggest equity thing we can do. The University of Toronto Student Union enthusiastically welcomes recent initiatives undertaken throughout the 5-year fare policy. The goals outlined therein, namely the commitment to affordability and equity and of maximizing benefits, are commendable. And in particular, we wholeheartedly support the efforts to introduce fare capping, especially when implemented on a weekly or monthly basis, which we believe would benefit our students the most. It would go a long way to remedying the financial burden that they face. Nevertheless, we insist that if the city is committed to accessible, equitable transit, several steps must still be taken. The first recommendation that we have is that you create a dedicated post-secondary student discount fare. While the post-secondary monthly pass is helpful, many students do not commute enough to warrant its already high costs. Efforts at negotiating lower transit costs through UPass have infamously failed to pass at U of T, and since then, little else has been done. The City Council motioned in 2019 to explore the option of such fare discounts, and we would like to encourage another investigation of this matter in light of the pandemic-related developments and the proposal to implement fare capping. because the fare cap itself makes such a discount critical, as it would benefit both frequent and infrequent riders, which we have across the student body, and students would not need to pay such a considerable amount per ride before meeting the cap threshold. The second recommendation is that you expand post-secondary student discounts to part-time and certificate students. And thirdly, that you extend eligibility of the third pass qualifications to post-secondary students from low-income households, namely those who are currently receiving financial aid or bursaries already through the provincial or federal government. This would also help. Yep, that's all.
Oh, perfect timing. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation. We're moving to our next deputy.
The next deputant is Cindy Zib. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you. Can you hear us? I think we've lost her.
The next deputant is Rodney Chan. Rodney, please go ahead. All right. The next deputant is Beth Wilson. Beth, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Beth Wilson. I'm the Senior Researcher with Social Planning Toronto. Last year, we conducted research that looked at who would pay the price if the TTC implemented a distance-based fare system for transit trips within the city of Toronto. And that research showed that distance-based fares would have serious negative equity implications, exacerbating social, racial, and geographic inequality, undermining transit equity, and adversely affecting transit users in the inner suburbs, areas of the city that are highly racialized and with large immigrant communities. It is not surprising to us that transit riders in the TTC's consultations firmly rejected a distance-based fare system and supported the continuation of a flat fare. We're very pleased to see that the distance by fare and zone systems for transit travel within the city have not been recommended by staff, and we urge the board to maintain a flat fare. It seems every few years the idea of a distance-based fare system has been floated. And today we would like to I would like to share a few details from our analysis in the hopes that distance-based fare systems for travel within Toronto will be relegated to the dustbin once and for all. Using Census and Transportation Tomorrow survey data, which is pre-COVID data, we produced 5 maps which demonstrated who would pay more for transit under a distance-based system. I did not realize that I could share slides, so I didn't save them, but I didn't send them along. But if you want to have a look at the maps, you can just Google Social Planning Toronto 5 maps, and the web page will pop up with a short write-up in those maps, and you can have a look. We found that among workers who use public transit as their main mode of commuting, a higher proportion living in Toronto's inner suburbs have long commute distances of 15 kilometers or more and commute durations of 60 minutes or more, compared to workers living in the old city of Toronto and near subway lines. Similarly, the average distance traveled by public transit for all purposes tends to be longer for working age adults living in the inner suburbs compared to the old city of Toronto and most areas near subway lines. So if you picture the north edge of the city, parts of Etobicoke, and most of Scarborough, these are the areas of the city where higher proportions of workers using public transit had a long commute. Working age folks had longer transit trips. So if fares were based on distance traveled, many residents in these areas would pay more for transit. The board will no doubt know that these areas of the city are also highly racialized with large immigrant populations, and the 2 final maps in the analysis show this. Using Toronto regional data, we also found racialized and immigrant workers were more likely to have transit commutes of 1 hour or more compared to non-racialized and non-immigrant workers. So the data really made a compelling case against distance-based fares within the City of Toronto. Residents in the inner suburbs already suffer from inadequate transit services. Distance-based fares would add insult to injury, exacerbating existing inequities and widening geographic divides. Fare integration between transit systems in the GTA would benefit many Toronto residents, particularly those in the inner suburbs. So, for example, prior to COVID, 1/3 of Etobicoke residents were commuting to another city to work. So being charged double fares discourages transit use and promotes personal vehicle use for residents traveling between municipalities. Fare integration across municipal transit systems would encourage people to use public transit and support transit equity. Thank you for the opportunity to share our research. I'm very hopeful about the decision given the staff recommendations. We hope that this research will help prevent any consideration now or in the future of a fare by distance policy within the City of Toronto.
Thank you.
It is essential. Oh, I'm just about finished. It is essential that transit equity be at the center of all policy and operational decisions. And you've heard about fare capping, the Fare Pass program, and we support these measures and measures that will improve equitable access to reliable, affordable, and accessible public transit in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy Zib. Cindy, please go ahead.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. I think we've lost her.
Yep. All right. The next deputant will be Malis Barr. Malis, please go ahead.
Hello? Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Malis, my pronouns are she and her, and I'm a post-secondary student and the Vice President External at the University of Toronto Mississauga Students' Union that represents over 16,000 members. Our campus at UTM is very much a commuter school, so a lot of our membership comes from different places and connects different cities using the TTC, whether it be to then reach my way or to go train and bus system. And the TTC is an integrant part of that commute. Being a student attending a post-secondary institution is very expensive and inaccessible to a lot of people, whether it be because of increasing tuition fees or the cost of living, housing, and transit, which takes up a lot of student budget when they have to commute twice a day on a daily basis. The pandemic has taken an important financial toll on students who have lost sources of income, have seen their tuition fees increase at U of T even though we're in the middle of a pandemic, and still have to support themselves and their families. And the cost of commuting to our campus is also a huge burden to students, and disproportionately penalizes students living further away that have to commute using the TTC. And the cost of transit places additional barriers to education and makes attending university even more inaccessible to students, which is a problem. And a lot of the work that we do as a union revolves around making university accessible to all in any shape and form, which also includes physically reaching the campus. And that's why implementing things like having a single fare discount for post-secondary students, a general fee reduction, or a fare capping, but paired with a reduction of the flat fare is crucial to UTM students and to ensure that public transportation stays affordable and campuses stay accessible to all students. Students need to be consulted and included in decision-making pertaining to the TTC and to public transportation, and can no longer be ignored when it comes to public transportation decisions that have such an important impact on student lives and on making education accessible to students. Thank you.
Our next deputant is Rodney Chan.
Hi, my name is Rodney. I just wanted to say that I support what everyone has been saying so far about fare affordability. I think it's really important that fare integration and capping is really looked at as something to be implemented. I don't want to repeat what people have said, so I wanted to add some context. Would it be possible to put up my slide for my graph?
We will pull that up if you'd like to keep speaking.
Okay. Toronto has one of the highest cost monthly passes in the entirety of Canada, and also like one of the highest amount of taps of a Presto card that you have to tap to break even, and that's unacceptable in a city with so many people. It's a major barrier for a lot of people. It takes 49 times rides for an adult to break even for a monthly pass, and even worse, 57 for youth and seniors. That's monumental cost to a lot of people. Personally, with a monthly pass, it causes me a lot of anxiety because I have to calculate and figure out how many rides I'm going to be having in that month to calculate the amount of trips that would be worth it for me to get the monthly pass or not. And fare capping would ease this around figuring out if I need a monthly pass or not. And it's a very significant cost. Like I said, it's like $156. That's one of the most expensive monthly passes in Canada. So monthly capping, and also in conjunction with weekly and daily capping, would be very important for keeping the TTC accessible for everyone, even people who use it on occasion. Is my slide up? Yes, my slide is up now. So if you look at other cities, even within the GTHA, it averages around 40, and the youth and senior amount of times to break even a monthly pass is way lower. The number 57 is unacceptable. That means the monthly pass is way too expensive for senior and youth, and it should either be lowered or the fare cap should be introduced. If you look at other cities like Montreal, it takes 26 times for an adult, or 22 times as a senior or youth, and that makes a lot more sense and encourages people to take transit. And I'd encourage you to look at all the other cities across Canada, and Toronto being the largest city in Canada, having these really large numbers is really quite unacceptable. So I just wanted to voice my support for the fare integration and fare capping policies outlined in the report, but also argue that it doesn't go far enough to increase affordability and equitability in the city. Thank you.
Sorry, he completed?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And is there any questions? Okay, I'm seeing none, so we'll move to our next deputy.
Thank you. The next deputant is Ttc Navratnam. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, board members, for this opportunity to speak on TTC's new fare plan. My name is Ttc Navratnam, and I'm a resident of Malvern in Scarborough Rouge Park, represented by Councillor Jennifer McKelvey. When it comes to getting around the city, I usually take transit, but I am not a captive rider. There are times that I choose to not to take transit and opt in for alternative modes, such as walking or getting a ride. Why? Well, the TTC in Northeast Scarborough has become unreliable and universally expensive. I take either route 133 or 39, depending on which comes on time, I will eventually have to take transit to work, and my commute is more than an hour and 20-minute long, one way in regular traffic. I have been using Presto, and I usually top up as needed. Transit has become very expensive in Toronto, and fare policies like fare capping can be very beneficial for people who can't afford to pay the upfront cost of a monthly pass. Even with the implementation of a fare capping program, the TTC should consider lowering the fares as it has become cost prohibitive for many families. There are parents dropping off their children to school for this reason. And people like myself might opt in for a ride if it's going to take more than an hour to get to where I need to go. The pandemic has exposed existing inequities in transit. It is time that we take bold actions to address the endemic of transit inequity. New fare plans should be based on the principle that transit is a right, and everyone, regardless of where they live and how much they earn, should have access to decent, affordable, and reliable transit options. Residents in Malvern have no reliable and affordable transit options, and there is no rapid transit network. We need responsive fare policies informed by evolving realities. From Malvern, it takes more than an hour to get to a location in Victoria Village in North York, which is just by the Scarborough border. This means that the 2-hour fare window does not benefit Scarborough residents equally because our trips take longer than in other parts of the city due to taking several buses to complete one trip. The Scarborough Civic Action Network has called for the expansion of 2-hour fare window, yet the city and TTC is unresponsive to the reality of Scarborough transit users. The 2-hour fare window should be expanded even with the introduction of fare capping. A TTC Riders report from 2021 sheds light on the issues of fare affordability, including fare integrations, which many of the students at universities raise today. We have ample evidence to make transit affordable and accessible, and the new fare capping scheme should make transit more affordable by providing daily, weekly, and monthly capping. I urge you to take bold action to make transit affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to, I think, our last deputant, I believe.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. We'll try to connect with Cindy Zib once again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Cindy. Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, respected TTC board. My name is Cindy Tweed, a board member of Centennial College Students Association, and I'm here to represent 20,767 Centennial College students at 5 campuses located all across Toronto. Today, I want to advocate for post-secondary students who currently don't have access. Students only have access to a monthly pass discount, and this is important to consider because it can be hard for students to pay the full amount of the monthly pass up front, so they rely on single tabs for their everyday transportation. Part-time post-secondary students, in turn, don't have access to any kind of discount. In 2019, the Toronto City Council passed a motion to request the Toronto Transit Commission to consider discounted post-secondary single hours and monthly passes, and to report back during the 2020 budget process. The TTC passed a motion to be referred to staff, and if further analysis were to be required, the matter would be considered as part of the TTC's planned 5-year fare policy review process. However, the report being discussed today does not include this analysis or a proposal to include single fare discounts for students. That's why today, while you review your 5-year fare plan, I'm here to urge you to include discounted single fares for post-secondary students in your policy, so full-time and part-time students can have access to more affordable transportation. We also want to urge you to consider introducing a lower fare cap so public transit can become more accessible. I have been hearing from students complaining about the high cost
of fares or transit, and we would not be supporting them enough, even if we introduce fare capping without a better deal. Right now, the other staff cost me 49 rides to break even, while senior and youth need 57. And I believe we can do better for our post-secondary students. In addition, we also need more locations to apply for a post-secondary TDC card. As students, we have the experience that as we can only do this procedure at a single station, one, the location is not accessible for many students and they sometimes have to travel far distances and miss a day of classes to be able to get their cards. And two, due to it being the only location, the amount of people that get gathered can get up to the hundreds, and students end up waiting for several hours for this process to happen. And finally, as we get ready to welcome our students back in person at Centennial College, we have heard that many of them are still considering continuing their classes online because of high costs of commuting to campus. Due to the economic difficulties COVID-19 left behind, they prefer to have their education online despite it becoming accessible in person because of the high cost of TDC. It is of extreme importance to support students with lower prices, so economic difficulties are not a barrier for them to access high-quality education. Finally, I would like to remind you that students in Toronto, especially international students, represent a strong economic force for our city, and it is our responsibility to be a support for them as we work together maintaining Toronto as one of the most livable cities in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you again to all the deputants today on this issue. We're going to now move into committee and to questions. Any questions on this item? Both items, 10 and 11. We will vote on them separately, but we're dealing with them as a bundled matter. I'm not seeing any questions. Any speakers on this?
Oh, sorry, I don't have my video on. Sorry, Madam Chair. Are we taking, we're done questions? Are we taking speakers?
Yes, correct. Speakers.
I don't actually have questions because they're very thorough reports, and in particular the 5-year review. And we're as Scott said right off the top, we're not committing today, but I would, when we are committing, what I would love to see coming back, what we used to get when we were looking at something as important as fares, when we were looking at what is the cost of. If we're going to go fare capping, what is the cost of $48 or 48 trips per adult? What's the loss? And what if it's 40 trips? What's the loss? We see numbers there. But what we used to get way back in the late 50s when I started this was the equation. How did you arrive at 17 million? How did you arrive at 7 million? Because it's not just a matter of saying, okay, if someone paid cash for 48 trips, it would be X. If we say it's 48 trips costs X, but then they're going to take X number of free trips, and we've got to add up those and come to some dollar value. What we used to get is an equation that looked at what comes back in. Because then we really get to the point where we can make the big decision. Should it be 48 trips? Was that the biggest problem with the MetroPass itself, that the trip multiplier got too high? I suspect it was, because every deputy tells us that. And, you know, I experienced that in my own family. That's why my daughter stopped buying it and started looking for rides and thinking Uber. But if we're going to go down in the multiplier, then what I'd like to see is the formula. How much ridership grows as a result of that? What's the decision making that puts the person on the TTC instead of Uber? What's the decision making? What makes them say, oh, I've already done 35 trips. I won't take Uber. I'm getting on the system so they can get some free rides this month. What brings back our ridership loyalty? Because that's a part of this. And there used to be a way that they could project, they could make rough financial assumptions and factor those in, so that when we're not just looking at here's the loss if you use this multiplier, but there's a certain bump up you get. They may be factoring that in, but we don't see it in reports. So while we're not committing today, we're endorsing in principle the direction we're going in. It looks like the direction we're going in is capping, and we do have a big decision coming down the road. I think 48 trips is too high, but how are we going to decide at the trip multiplier to land at? We heard lots of formulas and even different time periods than monthly from Mr. Yule's presentation and a couple of other of the commenters. But we're gonna have to arrive at that. So I really want to see all of the mathematical formulae that go into telling us the true cost. So if we could see that when it comes back, I think we will, as a commission, find it easier to make a leap and decide on what the rate will be when we get there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other speakers? I'd like to speak on this item and actually move a motion that I prepared. And that is to refer recommendation 2 back to staff for further due diligence and detailed financial analysis to inform the final fare policy recommendations to be presented to the board for approval. So it's a bit of a softball motion, but I guess it gives me a bit of peace of mind. We heard 3 or 4, maybe even 5 of the deputies talk about basically fare capping and potential effects of it when it doesn't go right. So the bottom line is, I want to refer this back, the second recommendation, for more work leading into that final report. And I think it's been a very interesting discussion today on the fare policy. I really think we've got a lot of great content and ideas from the deputations. And I think we need a clearer picture of the implementation and final costs, because we've seen some pretty big numbers kicked around. My worry is that going to result in a fare increase later to pay for it? And that's not something I can support personally. But bottom line is, it's just asking for some more detailed information on recommendation 2. And I really want to thank staff for this report. There's clearly a lot of great research and information here that really forms a strong basis for future analysis and decision making. But like I said, I really have to agree with a number of the deputies who spoke up about fare capping and maybe some of the unintended consequences of that. So I want to personally understand that a bit better, and just really want to highlight this to staff that that we really need to do our due diligence on this piece. And that's really all I'll say. Okay, so there's a few things we have to do here. I'm running out of battery. One is we need to vote on these separately. So unless there's any more speakers, we should do that now. So item 10, just so everybody knows, there is a petition and we need to, as a board, vote to receive that petition. So I'll move that. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On item 10, I have put forward a motion to amend this. And so I'll ask you to vote on that now, if we can put it up on the screen. And all those in favor? Opposed? I believe that carries, although I can't really see you. There we are. Okay, that carries. And then we have to vote on this separately. So then as amended, this item 10, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Then item 11, I think there's an administrative amendment. Is there not, I believe, from the clerk? On item 11, the fare collection modernization, is there not a little technical amendment that needs to be? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So this is a technical amendment written by staff. Okay, and all those in favor of this amendment? Opposed? That carries. And then item 11 as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I just have to ask you to go back to item 8. And of course, it's a delicate matter, but I just think that we need to reopen this and defer this item specific to the non-union salaries. I do believe that Commissioner Carroll was on to something, and there seems to be need for clarification. There's some confusion and need for clarification, and that's all I'll say. But there is, the stars need to align between the city and the TTC, as Commissioner Carroll already described. So I'm wondering if the board would be open to reopening this and deferring this item to the next meeting so that we can have those conversations. Okay, so I'll move to reopen. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And then I'll move to defer the item, the portion of the item, not the TTC collective bargaining, obviously, but the non-union salary update portion, defer that to the next meeting so that, and propose that there's conversations take place between the City of Toronto, City Hall, and the TTC executives on this matter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, let's proceed to item 12, which is cross-boundary integration. And I think I've been advised there's a speaker on this item. Then there was some time-sensitive matter about not getting in on the speakers list. So I don't know if we have to vary the proceedings to allow this, but we're not in the habit of doing this, but it is Marvin Alfred, the ATU chair. So if I could just ask that he be accommodated for this discussion of cross-boundary service integration. If I could have, do I need a vote? Let's vote on it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And if we can just next time work within the procedural rules, that would be appreciated. So I don't believe that there is, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe there's a presentation on this matter. So I think we can go to the deputation. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me.
Chair, there is a presentation on this.
Oh, there is? Okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware of that. So let's have the presentation first and then the deputation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a brief presentation that summarizes the report titled Status Update Cross-Boundary Service Integration. As Mr. Leary said in his opening remarks with the CEO report, the TTC is committed to working collaboratively.
Hello?
Collaborative with our, sorry.
Marvin, we're just doing the presentation first and then we're going to come to you. Okay, so if you could stand by.
Timing is impeccable when we're talking about working collaboratively. So we're really proud of working collaboratively with other agencies and our partners to provide customers with a more seamless and integrated public transit service. We've been participating in a series of regional tables, including the GTHA Transit Table, partnering with the Ministry of Transportation, Metrolinx, and Infrastructure Ontario to advance transit expansion and regional transit initiatives, working with York Region Transit on developing a new fare policy, and collaborating with Brampton Transit, Durham Region Transit, Mississauga Transit, which I'll refer to my way within this presentation, and York Region Transit, as well as the ATU 113 to better integrate service for customers across municipal boundaries, which is the focus of this presentation. Next slide, please. I'll begin by framing the opportunity to improve cross-boundary transit service. Today, there are 24 cross-boundary corridors where TTC and 905 transit agencies operate across the 416-905 boundary. And they are relatively well used. Approximately 4.3% of TTC ridership, or 22.6 million customer trips per year pre-pandemic, start or end their trip outside Toronto and complete this trip by using the TTC and a 905 transit agency bus on one of these corridors. Next slide. So here's the opportunity. On these cross-boundary corridors, 905 transit agency buses bypass customers within Toronto. They are not allowed to serve customers who start and end their trip within Toronto despite having available capacity due to legislative restrictions. How many customers? We estimate that approximately 34.1 million customer trips per year pre-pandemic would have the opportunity to benefit from a change in policy. So what if? What if we made a deal with 905 transit agencies to allow 905 buses to serve customers within Toronto, similar to what is in place today with TTC buses operating in York Region and Mississauga, and similar to the arrangements Brampton Transit has with MyWay and York Region Transit that are also in place today? What if we were to expand this practice to delivering transit service within Toronto? Well, we believe it would be a win for customers who would get more frequent service, a win for transit efficiency. By making use of 905 transit agency capacity, the TTC could reallocate service elsewhere in Toronto to meet other system needs. Think Line 3 shutdown emerging in 2023 and the requirement for enhanced bus service. It's a win for the region, resulting in socioeconomic benefits focused in the outer suburbs where these routes operate, environmental benefits that advance net zero objectives, and future benefits like expanding the concept to improve cross-boundary specialized transit service. Next slide. So the planning principles are pretty straightforward. We want to unlock 905 transit agency capacity by implementing an open door policy, which will allow 905 buses to serve customers who travel locally within Toronto, no different than the arrangements that are in place outside of Toronto. And number two, we want to match capacity with demand. This is our standard approach to service planning when it comes to all initiatives. How does it apply here? The 905 transit agencies are already operating within Toronto. If we use their available capacity, it allows the TTC to reallocate any excess capacity on these corridors to meet other system needs. It's really about optimizing schedules and optimizing resources. Next slide. Here's an example of how this would look like on two corridors, which we are proposing as pilots, as you'll see on the next slide. As you can see on the Dufferin North corridor to the left, the TTC and YRT operate buses along the same roadway and serve the exact same stops. It's almost 100% route duplication. Same applies to the Burnhamthorpe corridor, where the TTC and MyWay operate along the same roadway and serve the same stops. It's 100% route duplication. The objective here is to make use of all the available capacity on the corridor and consolidate operations under one operator, similar to how the TTC is the only operator on 6 corridors that operate into York Region and Mississauga today. Next slide. So the TTC and our 905 transit agency partners recognize that to implement this initiative, the customer experience needs to be seamless for this to be a success. This is why we have proposed 3 phases. Think of them as checkpoints to ensure we're getting the customer experience right before moving to the next phase. Phase 1 can be described as a toe in the water approach to test the service concept. In this phase, YRT opens their doors on the Dufferin North corridor and MyWay opens their door on the Burnhamthorpe corridor. No change to TTC service. For this to occur, please see the column titled Legislative Change. We would need a change to the City of Toronto Act and a resolution of a contractual barrier with the ATU 113. We also would require a fare collection solution for customers using Presto, which we are actively working on with Presto and our 905 partners. Assuming phase 1 is a success, we would move to phase 2. In this phase, we would reallocate TTC service away from the Dufferin North and Burnhamthorpe corridor to meet other system needs, and YRT and MyWay service would operate within Toronto as if it were a TTC service. For this to be successful, see the far right column, we would need to expand our fare collection solution to include all fare media. Building on a successful phase 2, we would roll this out on all corridors in phase 3. This is where integration would occur with our partners at Brampton Transit and Durham Region Transit. Next slide. Here's a financial summary for each phase of implementation. The rows represent different cost items. Item 1 is the change to TTC service. Item 2 is incremental operating costs for 905 agencies. Item 3 is a capital contribution for additional 905 buses. Item 4 is the net financial position. Note that any cost savings shown in this table is intended to be reallocated to meet other system needs. That is the goal. So for phase 1, no change in costs. Why? Because it's our toe in the water approach. YRT and MyWay are simply opening their doors. Phase 2, TTC saves $3.2 million per year for reallocation to meet other system needs. YRT and MyWay will incur additional operating and capital costs once the TTC reallocates service to top up to meet the additional demand. The total is a net savings of $1.1 million per year to be reallocated. In phase 3, we expand to all corridors. TTC saves $5.2 million for reallocation. YRT and My will incur further additional operating and capital costs. The totals is a net savings of $2.9 million per year for reallocation. So on the next slide, I'll provide a quick summary of the report recommendations. Note that let's go back for 1 second. I just want to highlight one thing in this table. Note that the recommendation 3 asks the province to cover the costs for 905 agencies seen in item 2 and item 3. So if that's implemented, and which we believe it will based on our conversations with the province, the cost savings for reallocation from item 1 would be the amount available for the TTC to reallocate throughout the system. So that's working with the province in a partnership to maximize benefits. Next slide. So finally, here's a summary of the recommendations. We're asking you, the board, to approve the plan in principle, forward the plan to the city manager from the City of Toronto and the Deputy Minister of the MTO in order to inform them of the benefits of the plan and advise of the current legislative barriers. Finally, request the province to fund the incremental costs incurred by 905 transit agencies and costs to develop a fare collection solution. Next slide. In conclusion, the cross-boundary service integration plan is still in the development stage with a few items that need to be overcome. We're working closely with our partners at the province, neighboring local transit agencies, and the ATU 113 to advance the plan. We're asking you, the board, to approve the report recommendations because the benefits are clear. Cross-boundary service integration is a win for customers, a win for transit efficiency, and a win for the region. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. And we'll have questions for you in a minute. We're going to go to our deputant first. So Marvin, if you're standing by, you could start to speak now. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. You can go ahead.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Marvin Alfred. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm the president of Amalgamated Transit Union Local 113, which represents the women and men who operate and maintain the TTC. Today, you are considering a report today on cross-boundary service integration. You're being told that is a benefit for riders and will save the TTC money. Dig a little deeper, though, and there are lots of questions and issues that need to be addressed before this project can be carried forward. We can integrate fares right away if there were funding to offset regional differences, but there isn't. Instead, we have a pilot project that tries to solve one problem by creating many more bigger ones. The TTC is one of the most efficient in the world because riders can move freely between modes. Changing the City of Toronto Act would allow other operators to run on TTC routes and put them on a different fare to the subway. It could actually disintegrate the TTC in the name of regional integration. And if the TTC fare revenue is not reinvested in Toronto, moving routes from the TTC network could lead to significant cuts to service across the city. This is being driven by the Ford government. I shouldn't have to remind you that this is the same government that tried to upload the subway. They also canceled the TTC Go co-fare. That was a great example of regional integration. Why? Because they wanted to access TTC fare revenue without having to pay their fair share of operating subsidy. This project, which while small to begin with, opens the possibility of giving them exactly that. What Doug Ford can get in the front door, he is trying to sneak out the back. So Local 113 proposes 4 policy suggestions that would encourage fare integration while protecting the integrity of the TTC. 1, that more detail be provided on how fare revenue will be allocated before the pilot moves forward. 2, that reinstating of the TTC Go co-fare be made the priority for regional integration and a precondition to any further projects. 3, that any change to the City of Toronto Act, be those risks breaking apart the TTC, be forcefully opposed, and any changes brought to the public for comment before being debated by the TTC or City of Toronto. 4, that the TTC board to make stable, adequate, long-term operating funding a precondition to considering any changes to the City of Toronto Act. Thank you. Local 113 will oppose any changes to the City of Toronto Act that make it possible to disintegrate the TTC. We do, however, support efforts to rationalize fares. The real gaps, however, are in funding, not in service. We ask that as part of the responsibility as board members that you seek more information on these critical issues before moving forward with the pilot program. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. Any questions? Okay, we're going to move.
I do have a question. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My camera was on that time. Yeah. Hi, Marvin.
Hello.
The issue of the quota change making it possible to usher in a whole host of unwelcome changes. Is that, have you got a legal opinion on that, or is it just your review of the act, or because I'm wondering if this change was asked for, if we asked for it, we're opening it only to make a very surgical change if we can protect against what you're worried about. Have you got a legal opinion on the dangers?
Well, there are protections within our collective agreement protecting things regarding transit, but I think it's a greater issue is protecting the citizens of Toronto from something like this happening. I think in order to address one minor issue, they're opening up the city of Toronto to, I think, harm, irreparable harm to revenue, issues of funding. The TTC is one of the most efficient transit agencies in North America, yet you're possibly opening up the door to exposure to other carriers with a greater subsidy providing Toronto Transit, and to the detriment of the, dare I say, taxpayers that would be supporting the transit initiatives. I feel that this is a symptom of a greater issue, that I think adequate, steady funding could address it, rather than seeking other transit partners to deliver Toronto Transit, and then they're at a higher subsidy, devaluing and undermining the stable Toronto Transit they could get here.
And if we were to get the funding we've been looking for so long now, the operating funding, if we were to get the operating funding, the equation we've been looking for, really the kind of funding that we've been surviving COVID on, having operating partners in the other government, if we were to achieve that in exchange for allowing the cross-boundary integration, and having received the funding, we can increase the service in the heart of the system. That maintains your number of members, perhaps even increases them. Would your membership have a greater comfort level if that was the case?
Well, steady, reliable funding is always a comfort, but I think to everyone's benefit, the riding public, that any alteration, any sort of adjustment to City of Toronto Act, I think is tremendous exposure. I think a one-time injection of money does not solve the problem, and a worthy trade-off of trying to achieve that, I think we'd have to have real discussion and real accountability for any sort of alteration of the City of Toronto Act. There has to be accountability to the exposure to the citizens of Toronto. I feel a one-time injection. It would have to be
ongoing operating, not a gift, a one-time gift.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry for cutting into you, but yes, a dedicated, ongoing, sustained funding coming to the TTC, rather than just a one-time gift and then having to scramble for resources at a later date. That's my concern. A serious concern for everybody, not just for transit workers. I think for the riding public as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I don't see any other questions, so thank you for your deputation. We're going to move now into committee, and if there's any questions of staff. Commissioner Carroll.
Yeah, so having heard what the deputy said, it does beg the question, we're making a change here. Is it just for us? Is it just so that we then take the vehicles we don't have to use in those cross-boundary circumstances? If we leave those to the other carriers, do we keep all the vehicles and operators and increase service in the heart of the system, or are we making an accommodation here that really just buys the province another few years before they have to finally, wake up and smell the coffee, that they need to be an ongoing operating partner as they were prior to 1995? Does this benefit us, or does it benefit the province, and we should be saying, let's talk funding first?
Through the chair, the savings that is able for reallocation is 5.2 million, and I presume we would need much more funding from the province on a stable and ongoing amount to help with operations. What we're looking to do is improve service for customers within the city of Toronto and basically access the first bus that bypasses them. I don't know if you saw on the opening slide, there's a big Viva bus with lots of empty seats and 6 or 7 customers waiting at Yonge and Steeles for the next bus. And so this is about, this is one of many initiatives that we've undertaken to improve transit service efficiency so it doesn't create another operating pressure that will be borne by, residents or customers, and that doesn't affect the quality of service that we provide at the TTC. Think ATC, think articulated buses, think, rapid TO. It's number one of many initiatives to improve service efficiency and service quality.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to sell me on that slide. You could have taken the same picture of a YRT bus leaving Fairview Mall and it would be the same picture. But I guess what we're getting at, both the rider and the ATU president speaking, how do we ensure our ridership community and our employees that we don't just take those savings and use them to balance the budget, that they are going to show up elsewhere in the system? And that's why we're doing this. Will we report that back? We reinvested the 5.2 million and here's where we reinvested it?
Mark, if I could, through you, Chair,
Yes.
I'll answer that. Yes, that we can do just that. The intention here really is to protect the TTC within the boundaries of the city of Toronto. This is only the interregional service that we were looking at, and we've been very clear to protect that. And then we would reallocate, and we've been very clear with all participants that we're doing this, that we would reallocate that entire amount to improve service where it's warranted. And we've been talking about it as a cost avoidance. Right. And while we improve the seamlessness of travel within the region on the cross boundary, all right, as a means of helping return people back to public transit and just having that seamlessness, there's huge benefits there. And then we start talking about the environment and greenhouse gas reductions as well from the duplication of service. There's just so many benefits there. A lot of cost avoidance, but it'll definitely build, I believe, Mark, was it 14 or 15 buses that could be reallocated to other areas to grow transit. And at the same time, Mark, you can bring it up, but the revenues that they collect just remain with the City of Toronto and the TTC.
Yes, Rick, it was 15 million, and yes, the fare arrangement is that the TTC will maintain keeping all fares. The fare collection solution that's referred to in the report is it really about the customer experience? What are we asking customers to do to access this 905 bus? What steps are they going to take? And then we've already resolved that anything picked up by a different color bus by My Way YRT would then flow back to the TTC. That's why that recommendation number 3 is to cover 905's incremental costs, right? So they're already at a subsidy operating today. We're asking them to top up just a touch, and they'll be covered 100% by the province for operating and a capital cost contribution for an additional few buses.
Okay. And now the reason I asked the local president if he had a legal opinion, because this came to me after I had a briefing on the report, and I thank you for that. And it was after that it occurred to me, we've been briefed many times with respect to CODA when we're dealing with it in council. If you want, you save up all the changes you want to ask for until the review, which happens every 5 years, because there is a risk in asking for it to be open to make a change. Are we negotiating a firm agreement that if we open it to make this change, it is only to make this change? Because we've been briefed before, because councillors have come forward and wanted to move motions saying change the City of Toronto Act to do this, that, and the other, and chew gum and spit nickels, and we're always told no, there's a review date, and that's when you open it, and only then. So have you got assurances that this will be a very isolated change, and the province is not going to say, and as long as we've cracked that thing open, I'd like to change this, that, and the other thing?
Megan or Michael, would you address that for?
Sure, I'll try to address it. So through the chair, that's my understanding in talking with the ministry, that this is a one-off with respect to section 395, And the issue from the provinces is they're trying to balance the fact that this is the one section that is inconsistent across all municipalities. It allows TTC to provide service in the 905s, but it doesn't do the opposite. So they're trying to just make it effectively equal across the board. I believe the City of Toronto Act as a larger review, the 5-year period is up in sometime this year anyway. So the larger review will start from the city's perspective on CODA coming up this year. But this is a separate one-off issue where they only are looking at really one section of the City of Toronto Act.
And they've already promised that. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to speakers. Any speakers? Commissioner Carroll?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I asked my questions because, you know, I think we do have to take it seriously when we hear a thing like this. In doing cross boundaries, we're now going to be into interacting with all the other systems, and I think quite apart from we got a different speech than I expected. I expected a speech about we're ATU, York is ATU, but not those other systems. But the deputation we got was more about, are you doing this thing that accommodates all the other systems? Are you honestly going to do it before you've addressed the thing that has been a sore point for the TTC, the bigger system, since 1995, the funding issue, the operating funding issue? And I think that's a valid concern. What we're doing, it actually helps all of the other systems along the cross boundary, because they need to drive ridership. And, you know, if somebody works in the Consumers Row Business Park and they live out there, they do love that they can zip over to Don Mill Station and get right on a YRT bus and head out there. And so now what this means is that along with them getting home, if I've got a resident in my ward and they work out there, because there's a business park as soon as you cross over, they could get on that YRT too, and they're going to go back and forth. But it's going to drive ridership for those regional systems, and they really struggle for ridership. It's very hard for them running bus-only systems to really get to the kind of big city transit systems that they need as they approach 1 million in each of the regions. So we're doing them a favor. And one wonders if we're going to get much in return. Great to get the savings, but there's this big hole left. And here we're at a very interesting juncture, because we just proved, sure, it took a lot of effort from our staff, but we also proved that when the other governments actually come in as operating partners, we can do anything in any set of circumstances. We're here for you. We can keep your economy moving if you just become our operating partner. That's really the lesson of 2020, 2021, and hopefully the rest of 2022. And so this is a juncture where, you know, I think Mr. Albert is right. Let's go ahead and have this conversation. It's a dangerous thing to crack open CODA, but I heard from Mr. Atlas, he's already got assurances. But while we're at that table, we need to make it clear to them that there's huge potential in this, but it's only fully realizable if you're ready to talk about how we take this changing funding relationship and use it for you to come back to the GTHA regional systems and ours and become an operating partner. That's the way forward. And this is a juncture at which we should be making that point. I agree with them on that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? If not, and I don't see any, would someone like to move to adopt the report recommendations? I'm happy to do that. Okay. And all those in favor? Approved. Any opposed? That carries. Item 13 is a transit network expansion update. And this was, there is no presentation, and this was held by Commissioner Carroll. Do you have any questions of staff?
Just a quick one. I'm always holding out hope for a Shepherd expansion, and there's not much talk of one in this report. I'm wondering if what is the latest intel that you have on an expansion of Line 4?
Scott Haskell here. I'll take that through the chair. We have talked to Metrolinx about what their plans are for the extension of Line 4, Eastern Don Mills to Shepherd and McCowan. We have not heard any further detail from them since we last reported to the board. They say that it is a project and that it is on their list of projects. We are not aware of any detailed work that they've undertaken. We do understand that the station at Shepherd and McCowan has been designed to a passive provision for a subway connection, so that shouldn't preclude it. And of course, TTC working with the city as part of the Rapid TO Bus and Streetcar Priority Project is going to look at what appropriate level of transit priority would be useful on that section of Shepherd Avenue, either as an interim step or as a permanent step.
Okay. That is, Mr. Haskell gave me the answer I thought I was going to get. So if you could put me down to speak, Madam Chair, I'm going to move the motion that I drafted.
Okay, and thank you. Next is Commissioner McKelvey to ask questions.
Thank you. So on page 6 in the report, you have the city and TTC programs. And on there, you have listed the Durham Scarborough BRT, but I have repeatedly been told we are not a co-proponent on this project. And residents in my community and others in Scarborough have had issues with Metrolinx's design. But now the way it's presented in this report, it's looking like it's our project and it's not listed under the provincial project. So I just was hoping I could get some clarity on that.
Scott, I'll take that as well through the chair. You're correct. We are not a proponent on that project. We listed in here just to be complete in order to mention all of the projects that are happening across the system. One in a similar situation is the Dundas BRT, which is, again, like the Durham Scarborough, is not our project, but it's something we're keeping an eye on and we want to inform the board about because, of course, it will serve to carry TTC customers.
So why would we not categorize it on provincial programs and projects as opposed to categorizing on city TTC expansion?
Good point. That we should probably reconsider that. We have held to a fairly specific definition of provincial projects as the 4 extensions or new lines, i.e. Line 1 East, Line 1 North, Line 2 East, Ontario Line, Line 5 West, as the 4 provincial projects. That's really a jargon thing for us. We'll reconsider how better to categorize in the future.
Yeah, because now we are doing more than those 4 in there. Right? Like you had Shepherd listed on there, you had other projects listed on there, and I think it just leads to some confusion. The other confusion being, you know, I've been told TTC may not necessarily get to operate in these bus lanes, and there's confusion about what will be available to us and not. And so just going forward, I mean, I think that we need to be consistent in what we're telling community and that they understand actually have the ability to influence, because, you know, I don't have a veto. TTC board doesn't have a veto the way that this current situation is set up. So, and it's also unfunded and the city's not providing funding for it. So anyway, it'd be good to, going forward, make sure we have these in the right category so it's not creating unnecessary confusion. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's a great point to identify that. Commissioner Osborne, you're next.
Yeah, I just wanted to check on syncing up some of the dates that we have here. And I noticed that the Young North Extension looks like it's going to be finished before, or, well, it indicates it's going to be finished before the Bloor-Young capacity enhancements and the Ontario line. And I thought that was not to be the case.
So Scott here, I'll start that, and if somebody else wants to finish. It is the very clear statement of both the TTC and City Council that the Line 1 extension cannot open until the Ontario line is open and until Bloor-Young is done. And that is what we have said consistently, and we expect that to be the case. We've communicated that as well to Metrolinx in the province. I don't know if Gary Downey or somebody else wants to speak on that.
Through the chair, Scott, yes, you're absolutely right in your assessment of and your statement that the Ontario line has got to be in operations before the Young North subway extension comes in. The Young North subway extension, it's a range they've got in their business case just now, because any discussions we've had with them, it's always 2030. And when you look at the Bloor-Young, when we look at 2030, that's with a risk-based assumption there. our anticipation is that we will be earlier than that date at this point in time. That takes into all the risks which are currently at this point in time unmitigated.
Commissioner Osborne, does that answer your question?
I guess, I mean, I think the message is that we need to all be singing from the same song sheet here, and the province needs to agree that that's a good idea, I guess.
I think we all agree with you 100%. Okay, so we'll leave it at that. I don't see any other questions, so we'll move to speakers on this item, item 13. Commissioner Carroll, you go first because you held it.
Thanks. I have a motion that was submitted earlier. There it is, that the TTC request Metrolinx clarify the anticipated scope and a high-level timeline for the extension of Line 4, and that the TTC advise the board of the response. And I'm saying high level. I always remember years ago, former councillor from Scarborough, Adrian Heaps, after he'd been a councillor for a couple of years, said, everybody says that around here, and I just realized what the words high level mean. It means vague. I'm just asking for a vague idea, but I would love for it to come from Metrolinx and be in writing, and I'll tell you why. There's no question that the expansion along Shepherd needs to be a subway now. We have more population already built, plus that is approved all the way out to Kennedy and beyond, to make that a viable expansion now, than exists along the Eglinton Crosstown that's almost done. It's there now. 43-story buildings, 33-story buildings, because higher order transit was meant to be the first line on Shepherd. It was going to be the first project in Transit City. So the population's there. And when our residents ask us what the heck is going on, the only place they get an answer, because there we are always available, the only place they get an answer is from municipal politicians. And so the hurdle is people aren't aware that it's a provincial project and that it is in the province's plan, but to be determined at some later date. Now I can phone Metrolinx and I can get them to tell me on the phone that it because it has to wait till all the other tunnel boring is done, it's probably 2040. But for the community, the words 2040 always come out of my mouth and never out of the people who actually own this project. It's squarely in the provincial program of expansion projects. So if they could just rough out that, yes, we can confirm that it's in our plan, we can confirm that it is a subway, and it's to be determined, but roughly you're looking at year X, whatever it is. And then we would be able to say, on behalf of Metrolinx, I can share this high level view for you, so that people will stop fretting about whether it's a subway or not, know that it is, but know that it requires other things to be completed first. We're far more definitive about the Eglinton East LRT because that's our project. And so the council and Transit Expansion Office keep working away at it, but we're concerned now because we're going to get to the point where we're going to complete that thing, and it goes up to create the loop we want to create, need to create in Scarborough. The loop won't close because it'll arrive at Shepherd and there won't be anything there. And so getting that coordination between what is squarely a provincial project and what we're advancing as a city project, I think it's really important to clarify that for the community. And I think the timing is right. I think we should be clarifying it now so that if it's not to their liking, certainly residents will tell us in 2022. But we need to have it confirmed so that we can say, this is the written answer that we received. So I hope folks can support that motion. It's certainly not going to cost us any money to get that answer. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other speakers on this item? I don't see any, so we'll put the amendment up on the screen, so everybody can have another glance at it. And I'll ask you now to vote. So all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed?
That carries. And on the item before us, I guess there's a number of recommendations here from staff. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that is wrapped up. And I will be very quick. I held item 14, but I just have, I'm a Yonge Street counselor, so I have a couple quick questions. It'll take me 15 seconds. So I have questions of staff on Yonge Street specifically. If you could tell me how many full weekend closures will specifically impact Yonge Street?
Jim, you're getting that information, I see.
Just turning to the page, Rick. I didn't have the number committed to me.
Chair, we have 27 line 1 full weekend closures as identified in this report.
Okay, thank you very much. And partial closures in addition to the full closures on Yonge Street specifically?
So for line 1, we have for early weeknight closures, there's 104 of 177. And then we have a potential for a station bypass on line 1 as well.
And thank you. And the 27 27 planned closures, are they related to the new line, the Crosstown, Eglinton Crosstown, the work on that, or is it ATC, or just give me a sense of the landscape of what they're.
So we have 15 for the Crosstown for line 5 Eglinton. We have 10 for ATC, and then 6 for state of good repair, and then 4 for just engineering work. These are estimates at this time, as set out in the report, what we know as of today.
Okay. And my last question is, what was my last question? Okay, so this requires full-blown shuttle, a full-blown shuttle service on the full closure weekends. It's a full-blown shuttle service from where to where on Yonge Street, from what subway stop to what subway stop.
It varies, but generally it goes down to St. Clair, and it can go up to Jim can correct me, up to Finch, depending on it can be full St. Clair to Finch, depending on the work that's being performed.
Okay. Okay, so everybody has to get off the subway and use the shuttles for. So would this be more than last year? It seems to me like it's increased a bit from last year, and last year was significant. My impression is
yes, it is more. It is more this year.
It is more. Okay. If you don't have the number right now, if you could just, I don't want to hold up the board, but if you could just let me know what it's increased by from previous years, I'd appreciate that.
For sure. Thank you.
The percentage increase. Okay. My residents, thank you for that as well. But it is very disruptive and frustrating, but this work has to get done. So I just want to make sure we're prioritizing Yonge Street as a transit priority corridor. Okay, that's all I have. I'm not going to speak on this. I kind of just did. And I will move this motion, or anybody can request a motion to adopt the staff recs. I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. I know it's late and we want to be done. I forgot to move a motion, a report back motion that I had for item number 12, the cross boundary service. I submitted it to Chris Ann earlier, but you don't nag us like Speaker Nunziata does to say, don't you have a motion?
because there's a good reason for that. I'm strategic. Okay, so let's reopen that item quickly. which
Sorry,
is
yeah.
number 12, status update, cross-boundary integration. All those in favor of reopening, opposed, that carries. If you could place the motion.
Yes, it's just a real simple one, because there's a lot proceeding here and on authority, but it's not clear in the report how the report back comes. So I'm just ensuring that we get a report back, that the CEO report back to the board before entering into phase 2, not holding anything up, before phase 2, that we hear the details of the interagency revenue sharing, which we should know by then. Otherwise, not proceed with phase 2. But here the revenue sharing plan is agreed to by then, and a plan for the reinvestment of savings, and a plan for ensuring consistent customer service and support. By the end of phase 1, this should be a report that's easier to make assumptions and give us that overview before they proceed to phase 2.
Okay, so that is the amendment to the item. All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. And then on the item for item number 12, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. And now we can adjourn. Thank you everyone for a very long, very productive meeting.
Thanks, folks.
Great. Thanks
Madam
everyone.
Chair. Thanks, Chris-Ann.
Until next time.
Thank you all.
Okay, bye-bye everyone. Thank you.
The TTC virtual event has now concluded. Thanks for participating.